And it kind of gets things warmed up. You can kind of see some of the things that maybe they've started to work on, some systems they've started to implement, but really this is a fun celebration beginning of the season. So yeah, I'm looking forward to some really good ultimate here.
And it's a good
It's a
good tryout for players trying to make the team. You know, good way in the fall to get going. So Hamilton now with the disc, moving far side of the field.
Looking like a vertical stack from Hamilton, but a bit of a zone from UMF to start.
And the throw to the deep safety in the zone. UMF taking over, near side of the field.
Farmington a little disorganized on offense as they kind of get into what looks like a horizontal offense. Now they're set more the way they want it to look, with cutters downfield, handlers behind the disc here.
Looks like some pretty good person defense from Hamilton. Really, and that was a great run through. Oh, but
nice
a great
catch.
Follow-up by the UMF player.
Way to take advantage of the open player downfield as they reset.
Oh, that's to the far corner of the end zone, and layout number 91 just out of reach.
Kanglosi with the layout, almost.
So Hamilton will take it far cone on the sideline. Oh, and tried to do a little give and go, but just out of reach.
Good job by 20 stepping in on that one, seeing that throw going up the field. Farmington trying to set up an end zone look here.
Oh, and 6 makes that corner cut, she's open. And best throw in the game, the hammer.
A high stall count, just kind of throwing it to space and seeing, the cutter had the right idea. The hammer kind of
hung up.
It hung up and it over helixed out as they look for a deep look downfield off the turn from Hamilton, and they give it right back to Farmington, essentially trading field position.
I like the look. I would have liked to have seen that connection, because 58 Olsen was wide open up the field.
Yeah, good anticipation by that cutter, knowing the thrower too, knowing that he likes to put it. That was a good job getting downfield.
Oh, and just a confusion in the middle of the stack on who was cutting from that horizontal. And that's one of the things with a horizontal stack, is you really need to start getting into a rhythm and cut off each other and communicate.
The horizontal stack is a little bit harder to learn, as an unfortunate drop there by Olsen. It's a little bit harder to learn. It takes more practice time to really get into a rhythm, as Farmington looks deep downfield for number 2. Some contact after. A good look though.
It looks like a foul, no contest.
Foul, no contest, yep. Yeah, as you're saying, there was contact afterwards, kind of took his legs off from under him. I mean, not on purpose, very much, both making a play on the disc, but good spirit here by Hamilton to not. But he can catch up though. He doesn't need to leave him alone like that.
Right, because it is a foul.
Good patience by number 2.
Again, better hammer this time.
Nice job. Nice focus by the cutter too. That was. The hammer was crisper, but it was honestly it was behind her, so it was a good job focusing by UMF. That makes it 2-0 in favor of UMass Farmington.
So we've used some terminology here. Vertical stack. Hamilton's running primarily a vertical stack, and that's usually when you have 2 handlers kind of around the disc and then a vertical line up the middle of the field to try and create cutting lanes for people out of the stack. Now, I am a firm believer of cuts coming from advantage and of communication, so cutting from anywhere out of the stack, as long as people know who's cutting.
Right.
Too often we do the cuts from the back of the stack, and what ends up happening is it becomes predictable and easy to play defense.
Absolutely.
And what we've seen from Farmington is a horizontal stack. And in that instance, we have 3 handlers coming kind of out and back around the disc instead of 2, and then a line across the field and kind of hopefully running in ovals, cutting off each other, cutting in, cutting deep. From that, it creates space in a different way than a vertical stack.
Right. The horizontal stack, and you'll notice it here when we have a nice field with lines on it. The horizontal stack, they'll be kind of like parallel with the lines on the field going across. The vertical stack, they'll be kind of more directly like down the field in a line. Like you can see here, Hamilton, number 18 with his hand up, is setting the stack so people line up behind him, hopefully, and then they make cuts from there. Like Mike said, there's a nice look there down the center of the field and a good reset by Hamilton here, is that cuts from the back of the stack are predictable, but it takes practice to be able to cut without cutting each other off.
Oh, that was a sweet throw.
Nice job, and they're in the end zone.
By number 10, Bakal, who told me I was not allowed to call out their name if they got hand blocked.
I see. Yeah, that was good patience, good timing on some of those throws. That offense looked pretty good. Yeah, good job by Hamilton. Yeah, but when we have that stack down the field, that vertical stack, it can be predictable if you get used to cuts coming only from the back. However, it's the easiest way to teach it and the easiest way to kind of get people into like how it looks, how to make a cut, when, to practice the timing. That's commonly a way to like get things started and to teach things, and then like as the year goes on, as their semester goes on and they practice more, then you can start adding in cuts from the front and maybe people kind of recognizing different matchups and things. So I'm not surprised to see Hamilton that was a little chaotic. There was some cuts from the back, some cuts from the middle, 2 or 3 cuts at the same time.
Right.
Again, this is the middle of October, so they're still kind of getting into the flow of things. It makes sense, but what I like from both teams so far, lots of patience. Those who are not confident in their throws yet are looking to reset to kind of make short throws to more confident throwers. And that's, you can tell that both these teams have coaches, both these teams are taught fundamentally. They seem like they're fundamentally sound, as well as just having a good time out here.
Yeah, that's the thing I noticed right away during warm-ups is both teams are just really very happy, good attitude. Horizontal stack again from,
nice focus.
Showing patience, looking for some help. Oh, a little bit of a risky throw.
I think I might have jinxed UMass Farmington.
I think you might have.
Yeah. What you're noticing here is they're kind of being, they're getting a little stuck, a little stagnant.
And that was a high stall count.
That was just to get rid of the disc and turn it over further downfield. This is like, we're getting into like line 2 here of different players.
And this is a total double team.
So you can only have one person within 6 feet of the disc. There, they fixed it. You cannot double team like in basketball.
Ooh,
good quick work by Hamilton here.
Oh, that's going to be a sweet inside-out throw to the middle of the end zone for a point. Hamilton.
Nice throw.
Number 11, Pomerantz on the receiving end.
Good cut. Number 2 also on Hamilton. They both saw the field, the space to go to. They both were going there. The throw was just paced out better for the gentleman who caught it. Good job by Hamilton. They moved the disc really quickly early on in that point and did not let Farmington's zone really set up really well. They were out of position. The 2 people close to the disc were in the right spot, but the layer of defense behind them never really got set, and they just moved it right through down the field. It can be hard to set a zone defense
on a turnover
after you turn the disc over. It can be really hard because you have your positions pre-called, so you know what position you're going to, but you might not be anywhere near that position. And if you don't communicate and switch things, the offense can take advantage.
Portland Rising, Maine's professional ultimate frisbee team, is a proud supporter of this tournament, Lobster Pot 2024. As a team committed to working with their community to rise together, they are psyched to see the community come together to host so many teams playing Ultimate in their home city this weekend. Interested in playing for Portland Rising, attending game, or getting involved with the team off the field? Check out portlandrising.com. So we've seen that zone, which UMF is seems to be sticking with, and the difference. Zone is a different defense from person. With person, you're just guarding. You're always guarding the same person, and running where they run, trying to cut off throws, trying to cut off their cuts. With zone, you're taking away space. You're trying to create throwing lanes where you want the offense to go and eliminate where you don't want them to go.
Yeah. I mean, the best analogy
nice
to
right on the sideline.
To a sport people might be more familiar with would be basketball. Person defense in basketball versus zone defense. In basketball, you're kind of moving and flexing with where the players are in your space, but you're not necessarily going to follow them all around the field. So what's happening here is this disc went out of bounds when they pulled to start it, when Hamilton threw it off, and it never came back into the field of play. So Farmington gets to take the disc where everyone thinks the best guess of where it went out of bounds. They can play it from that point in the middle of the field.
And UMF comes out with really good handler marks there. And UMF turns it over deep in the opposing zone, so Hamilton will pick up.
Yep.
Oh, and they come out with a horizontal stack this time.
Yeah. And the spacing of Hamilton's horizontal stack to begin with is really, really good. You see lots of green, but you can see there, good defense by Hamilton locking down that handler.
Well, and UMF looked like they started their stack way too deep, way too far away from.
Oh, unfortunate. You could tell that's a play Hamilton has designed. They pushed everybody far away, giving 12 a lot of room, and the throw just was a little too much hot sauce on it.
And that's great work by 69 of Hamilton to get immediately into the deepest space to take away any deep threat and then come up and play defense on a person. Oh, nice throw. Oh, nice sliding attempt by the Hamilton player. Just couldn't come up with it, just out of her reach.
Yep.
So Farmington will take over on their own end line.
So far on this point, Farmington's it's been a struggle getting the first pass. So Hamilton's playing really good defense on these initial cutters. Farmington just wants to push a downfield throw here. It's short.
And good read by both the offensive player and defensive player there.
Yep.
But that just hung up a little too much. Oh, nice little up the sideline throw. Jam it up the sideline a little more. Into the end zone for the score for Hamilton. Nice work on the quick transition there.
Yeah, that was a really nice. The cut was timed really well. That flick, you can tell that player has a really solid forehand throw. That was perfect. Can't do anything about that on defense. Yeah, nice work by Hamilton.
UMF here a little bit out of sorts, but they're starting to get the flow they had the first couple points has disappeared, and they really need to get back into maybe do a little. Don't rely so heavily on 91.
On
Kangalosi.
And
he needs to maybe activate the other handlers quicker. Maybe do a little handler weave up just to get the disc moving and get some flow and get the defense moving around so that it can open up cuts from upfield.
Well, I mean, what you're seeing is what we had talked about in the beginning too. Is that it's early in the season, and while a vertical stack can be predictable with cuts from the back of the stack, a horizontal stack, the way you teach it to begin a horizontal stack, is cuts from the two players in the middle of that group downfield, and that is also quite predictable. The defense learns who's going to be moving at what time pretty quickly, and it means that the outside wing people kind of tend to be not really all that involved, and Hamilton's doing a good job of taking away that first cut, and they haven't had the time yet to really practice how the other two handlers in the horizontal stack can move, and impact the play downfield. And part of that reason too is that the last thing that you want is the handlers to be moving and the cutters to be moving into the same space, that in between green space that you see, and that just takes practice and communication. A spinorama pull here from Hamilton.
So Hamilton in the blue, Farmington in the white. going right to left, and deep throw. Oh, and that is a beautiful put and a great catch in the end zone for Farmington.
Yeah, number 12, McEnany.
Not realizing she's in the end zone, which is actually good because that means she was running and tracking the disc instead of looking where she was catching.
Yeah, that was a great cut, and that's like, it can be something that as a defender you get used to, is that you pull the disc down the field and you're running full speed to go cover your person, and then you realize they're running full speed directly at you, and so to have that mindset, to recognize that and be like, wait, they're coming back at me, so even if I'm faster than them, they're going to zoom by, you just have way more ground to catch up.
One step too many and you realize, oh no.
Exactly. It's just like you went one step too far, your person in your garden zooms by you, and then you have a thrower like 91 on Farmington who just put that perfectly out into space.
So we'll see. We'll see if Farmington comes with that zone. In the zone they're playing, it looks like a 2-4-1 where they have two people right around the disc trying to force everything in the middle, and you have two people in the middle of that cup arrangement to try and take away those immediate throws. Usually one person facing upfield, one person facing downfield, so they can work together. Two people on the wings or towards the sidelines trying to take away stuff that's coming along the sideline, but also pinching in towards the middle of the field where appropriate. And one person playing free safety saying, go ahead and try and throw it.
Yeah, and I think that makes the score, is that 4-3? I think it's 4-3 Hamilton, I believe.
So I think Hamilton receiving in the Lobster pot end zone.
There they go. Hamilton
moving again with that horizontal stack, but that could be necessitated by knowing that they're coming with a zone.
Yep, and you can see that zone here was...
That second popper was key because the first popper wasn't really doing anything. Excellent work, but unfortunately a quick turnover. Farmington picks up near side of the field. Ooh!
Nice catch.
Nice patience by Farmington. Still on the sideline, near sideline. Oh, floater towards the middle. And Hamilton gets the that's a tough throw when you're the receiver there, because you are surrounded by two people and you want to go up and try and get it, and that's just a tough.
And when it hangs that much too, you end up being caught under it and you're not able to really generate a good explosive leap, as Hamilton goes right through the zone.
Oh, and that's a nice inside out forehand towards the end zone, but great recovery by Farmington.
40, Lanny Caputo, nice job. Caught all the way back up. He was the receiver in the end zone on that end. And all the way back down the field to catch that huck there. Nice run by UMass Farmington.
Yeah, 27 was the one who made the D there and did the exact same thing.
Yep.
So that was good. Tried to bookend it. Now we've got UMF. And that's just an unfortunate, unforced error. I like the patience shown by the Farmington defense here, not trying to immediately get on a person, but take away the immediate threat and then find who you're supposed to guard.
So, and I have a thought about that UMass Farmington turnover that I'll get to after this point.
And that is a point.
So as Hamilton scores, which I think that might actually make it 4-3 now if the scoreboard across the way is correct. So that turnover by Farmington is something that players, athletes who come from other sports, specifically football, have a hard time transitioning in this one way to a sport like Ultimate, where the difference between a football that is so hard and directional, and you are trained to run like at the thrower,
right?
Whereas the Frisbee floats. And so what that cutter did was he planted and made his cut, and then he turned his cut directly at the thrower. And the thrower put it to space where he thought he was going to go originally. And so Frisbee cuts are about angles and not necessarily running directly at the thrower, because if you run directly at the thrower, you only have the radius to catch the disc with how wide your arms are.
Correct.
But if you cut at an angle, then that throwing window that we like to think of it as is huge.
Yep.
It's way bigger. It becomes 10, 15 yards. And so that throw was actually paced and thrown in the correct spot. The cutter needs to go there and not where they went.
Yeah, when you're cutting with that cut, you have to put it on the person. When if it's a little bit of a different angle, you can just throw it to space and run onto it.
Exactly. And so that's, and again, we've said this, a few times already. It's the beginning of the season. That's something that, is really important. It's really important in a horizontal stat to get it off the line, to have those angles correct. And they will fix it. The cut was at the right time, the throw was in the right place. Yeah, that's something that will continue to improve as they play together.
So Hamilton to the left of your screen in the blue, pulling to Farmington to the right in the lobster pot end zone, in the white. Really competitive game so far.
Yeah.
And the pull is up. Float, high angled bladey pull. Whoa, that was almost a turnover.
Yeah, so if you touch it and don't catch it, if you touch it before it hits the ground and don't catch it, it's a turnover. As he immediately looks downfield, it's nice catch,
nice
but he might be out of bounds. And it's a turn anyway. So number 10 was checking the line on Hamilton, said he might have been in, and the next throw was a turnover anyway. So Hamilton takes over, taking a second to set up their stack.
I like this. Don't wait for the defense to get set up in their zone. Just go. And a deep shot. 3 is open, but that is right into the defender. And that is a little bit of a throwing error there. Trying to go to Hurwitz. She's got some wheels. Farmington on the far sideline, their half of the field. Moving the disc in that horizontal stack. Trying to bullet up the sideline. Great catch by the defender.
Nice defense. Good job seeing the play and impacting it. Nice forehand look.
And to Hurwitz. Just out of her reach. Great throw. Great cut.
That's something that I hope as practice happens. One of the biggest pet peeves when I used to coach was players making that attempt like the Hamilton player there, cutting to that corner and then trying to catch it with the right hand instead of the left hand.
Yeah.
Trying to scoop that with the right hand with the way the angle of that disc is, you're twisting your wrist all the way around. It's really hard to make that catch that way.
And UMF now with a big throw. And, caught on the far sideline.
Nice catch.
Just past midfield, looking for help.
Also, I will say, great job by the Hamilton defender there, making it really tough without fouling him.
Correct. And
a travel has been called, which is so just like in basketball, you set a pivot foot, and that pivot foot cannot move. 67 has been picking their pivot foot up before they throw almost every time. Yeah. So it's a good call.
Risky throw, trying to go for the height. Up the field, nice read by the Hamilton player there. Give and go. I like the work.
Nice
putting
throw.
That's putting it right out in front into the end zone. That is a great teamwork there with understanding space and saying, I'm just going to put it to space and trust that the defender won't outrun my offensive player.
That's a way more technical throw than it seems. It looks like he's just having a catch in the backyard. That throw takes practice.
Because he's going low and under the mark and trying to break the mark to that same side. That is a tricky throw.
No, just being able to pick that front edge of the disc up and throw it out there so that it has momentum, but then it just kind of stalls and sits out there.
Yep.
And allows your person to run onto it. That is a throw that is not as simple as he made it look.
Port Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or modern updates of the Linden located along Back Cove. For more information, please visit their website at www.fortproperty.com, and that's all one word.
So now the score is 5-3 in favor of Hamilton. Getting ready to pull here.
You know, and if I'm Hamilton, I really want to try and rattle off a couple of quick points and really force Farmington's hand, force them to try and get a little careless. Good patience. Farmington, middle of the field. Oh, unforced error to the turf monster.
Even though it was a turnover, I like what UMass Farmington did starting that point. As Hamilton works it down the field, good cut there.
I love the orange cleats.
Good step through and a point.
Into the middle of the end zone. They're really, Hamilton's really finding their stride on offense. They're they're taking what the defense is giving.
Yep.
And that's, they forced a couple, but they're just, hey, look, that person's open, I'll throw it to him. And Farmington, when they are transitioning, they're getting into trouble. They're having trouble picking up their person on defense.
They are. And, you know, part of that is also Hamilton has there's a lot of quickness, there's a lot of speed on the Hamilton roster, and they know, like, after a turnover, they are looking for that deep space first. So they are really just like, they're ready to go off of a turn. The thought that I had for Farmington that I liked to start that point, even though that turnover happened, that was a throw away. What I liked was just before or right as they were getting ready to play, the stack started moving, and they basically started their cut with a clear. So they realized that they were having a hard time getting going, and things were kind of stagnant, kind of stuck, and so they imparted some movement to begin, where they said, you are going to cut first, buddy, and you're just going to clear out and make more room, and then we're going to cut from there and start the engine moving. And that is a way to get things going if you're stuck.
A good way to play horizontal stack is to actually start on the outside and have that wing person cutting in the middle of the field, and if they don't get the disc, they're automatically in a clear out anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, so
and
that's
Hamilton pulls.
That was an adjustment that I'm sure Coach Pops made to kind of get things moving, because they have been stuck. Once they get moving, that's where their points have been coming from. It's just getting going has been hard.
And near sideline, Farmington, deep shot again, into double coverage, and Hamilton comes down with a D. I would like to see Farmington start working the disc a little more. I think what they're trying to do is exactly that. Get the disc deep in the offensive zone. Who cares if it's a turnover? But if you can then get the quick turn, you are now 10 yards from the end zone. And to the corner, far sideline.
Nice catch.
Great catch. Was he inbound? He was, apparently.
91 throwing that one down low, where he had two cutters, both of them going to try and get it. Nice focus and catch on that one. You do have to maintain you have to maintain possession through contact with the ground. So good job by the Farmington team. Good defense too by 91. That's something where the Hamilton cut was there, but right at the point of when they decided to clear out, that's when the thrower threw it. And it's just, unfortunate timing from them on that one.
And as I was saying, sometimes a viable strategy is huck and play D. So you huck it deep, hope they turn it over, play good defense, and then you get it really close to the end line. Now, it's a terrible way to teach ultimate at the youth level, but it is a valid strategy in any tournament.
And especially when you are working with new players and you're teaching the game, sometimes it's like there's you could say that, we need to work on things and stuff, and really kind of, work through our struggles on offense. But sometimes it can just be demoralizing to continue to turn the disc over quickly and then get scored on. And it's like, that's just like, so sometimes it is nice to be like, hey, look, it didn't work this time. I'm just going to throw it as far as I can. We're going to play defense and we'll try again. There's something to be said for that as well.
And we can tell from up here, and viewers can tell that there are some clearly new people. And when you're trying to, it's a wonderful thing about this sport, especially at the youth level, is you can get a lot of new faces, and getting them into a tournament like this, getting them playing time, showing them how fun this sport is, you can create a lifelong love affair with a great sport. And Farmington pulls left to right. And Hamilton receiving.
I think that was what was taking the Farmington a long time to get ready on defense. Is I think there are some new players out here trying to familiarize themselves with what position they're playing, and just getting people ready to play. That was a good find by the thrower.
A risky throw, but right along the sideline. This number 11 for Hamilton started making his cut up the sideline, and it was a good cut, but he cut it off. If he continues that, he is wide open, making an easy outlet for the Hamilton player.
And now, I'm someone who's always going to be conservative and going to like take short throws and make the defense work. Make the defense work.
6-4.
But as Hamilton gets a turnover here, as a tight throw by Farmington, and then she looks to the back corner, and a nice point by Hamilton. Yeah, good job on defense there. I was going to say something about Hamilton's throw previously, that like it's not necessarily a bad idea to take that shot, but instead of pacing it to the middle of the end zone, you want to put it at the back far corner to just let your person outrun the defender, because the defender almost always has a better line as that deep safety, as that zone deep. They almost always have an angle advantage to come under. But if you throw it past them, that can usually work in your favor. But
so games apparently are to 15.
Okay.
Because it's 7-4 and we are not at half yet. Good to know.
Yeah.
Just as a tease, we will have an interview coming up at halftime with a member of Maine Ultimate Board. So stay tuned for that as soon as the players take half. Farmington getting ready to receive from Hamilton. Hamilton in the blue, Farmington in the white.
And this is something where sometimes the needs of the team and where the team is at right now can dictate what your more experienced players are asked to do on the field. Farmington, I'm just watching them play so far. MCAT, who was the player with the orange hat on, is someone who is asked to handle and be around the disc a lot, but it certainly looks to me like they are an impact down the field player, down the field cutter with excellent timing and good understanding of space. But because of where their team's at right now and where they need experience with throwing and making good throwing decisions, they have to play close to the disc, which is not necessarily their preferred skill set.
Right.
But I would love to see what they're capable of, where they can be downfield.
That is a turnover.
Oh, did it?
It is not called.
It is. It was called now. Someone said something. Yep. Did it? I was screaming to hit her in the shins.
And fell to before it hit the ground.
Yeah, that's always give the frisbee plenty of space to land.
If you're not going to catch it, yes, it's exactly what you do. And Hamilton takes over near sideline, trying to force it up the sideline. Great patience by the thrower. And now over. Oh, that was a slick throw to the back of the end zone. 27 with the score to take half, 8-4.
8-4.
And welcome back from that brief interlude. I'm here with a longtime board member and current president of Maine Ultimate, Tom Stoughton. Tom, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How you doing, Michael?
I'm doing great. You have been around since the inception of Maine Ultimate, and you have seen how much growth there's been from this organization. What are you hoping to do, and what changes are you hoping to see moving forward as an organization?
Let's see. So there's a bunch of different programs that we're looking to try to grow. Obviously, our youth program, it's a youth-based sport. It started with the youth, and we see that as our sort of the roots of how to grow the rest of the divisions. So as youth continues to grow, mostly at the high school level, but definitely at the middle school and hopefully getting into more and more of the elementary schools. It just introduces people to the sport at an earlier age, and whether they stay in Maine or they go somewhere else, we would prefer they stay in Maine and play Ultimate in Maine, but it gives people a base. If they learn how to play in sort of a safe environment that is fun and keeps people playing down the road. But we're just as interested in trying to get the adults and new adults playing, which is something that some of the other organizations around the country are looking to do also, and is another sort of growth area. And when I say adults, we are gender agnostic. We would love to see more female matching players joining and playing, but our approach so far has really been age-based, regardless of gender.
And hopefully there are people in northern Maine and western Maine who want to get more involved in this sport. I really, what would you recommend? I mean, we've got Lewiston Auburn, a program really starting to develop and grow up there. What would you recommend to these individuals who may be watching from, say, Caribou and want Maine Ultimate's input? How should they go about contacting you guys, getting you more involved up there, and getting their youth more involved?
Yeah, well, so we are geographically constrained in the sense that the population decreases dramatically once you get an hour outside of Portland. There are bastions of Ultimate at Mount Desert Island, in Belfast, in Damariscotta, in Holton, in Bangor, and obviously at the colleges sort of throughout the state. Different areas. I think the best way to do it is, and what we're seeing on the youth side here, is starting sort of a community services type group just to kind of get things going. Definitely be in touch with us through mainultimate.org. We've got a huge website, all sorts of contact stuff. Any single person would be thrilled to talk to anybody who's looking to grow the sport wherever they are. So hopefully the 15 to 20 people that are watching this from Caribou remember that as they're looking.
And on a personal level, how rewarding is it to look over onto one of the fields and see a couple of your former kids that you coached playing against each other?
Oh, it's awesome. It's funny. I just saw Phil, who's now playing for UConn. Tucker's over there playing for Tufts. I don't know if we have any in this game, but hopefully we've got players on every field who Cape Ultimate alum. It should be amazing to see them sort of sprinkled throughout, not just this tournament, but every tournament. We hope they end up everywhere, and not just Cape. Obviously, every youth player that has played, would love to see them somewhere.
All right, thank you for your time, Tommy,
and
great job with the tournament, and let's keep it going.
Yeah, all right. Nice job, Tom.
And welcome back to the second half. We have Hamilton in the blue and UMass Farmington in the white. UMass Farmington pulling to start the second half. The score is 8-4 in favor of Hamilton. Hamilton coming out, getting offense moving here. They're already almost halfway down the field with some give and go actions. Horizontal stack for Hamilton as they get things ready and the thrower surveys the field. He wants to throw it deep, and he does. And that, as the exclamation from the field would suggest, did not come out of his hand the way he thought. He raises his hand, oopsie daisies, and Farmington takes over.
Farmington in their own end zone.
Yep, they'll start from the goal line. Their stack's a little deep, but that's not always a bad thing. Good first cut by number 10.
Yeah, that give and go needs to be quicker.
Yep, and number 10 is a new player. You know, he'll figure it out. Yeah, I like the cut to begin with, and just throwing it right to him.
Oh, nice little sneaky throw.
Yeah, another little like air bounce kind of a throw. A good cut by number 8 to space. Hamilton takes advantage of the turn, and it's 9-4.
Hamilton's got some speed now. They can move. You know, and again, it's that area, that transition from offense to defense that that Farmington seems to be struggling with.
Well,
and you know, a lot of that is about, you know, if you're new, it's about learning how to communicate.
And as any team will attest to, regardless of the level, the experience, if you turn the disc over on your own 5-yard line, the other team will score 98% of the time, probably. And especially when, you know, again, quickly, that really talented thrower on Hamilton picks the disc up. The whole field's in play. He just needs one cut, and she, you know, she knew that it was that she was up. She liked the matchup. She went to the front cone. What I like to see there is Farmington trying to teach, trying to learn, trying to put the building blocks in place, putting a new player in the middle of that stack, saying, you're up first. They called that off of the line probably, be like, you're going to start, throw it right to him. He makes the catch. He makes the right decision, just a beat too late. That only comes with playing more.
Correct.
So he pivoted off the wrong foot also,
right.
but again, you'll practice, you'll get better. But you have to put people in positions to succeed, and too many times we see as coaches and as players on the teams that we played on where you put a new player on the outside and you say sit there, and they learn nothing that way.
Correct.
So I like what Farmington's doing here. You have to if you want to build a program back.
Right.
You know, Farmington is still coming back from where they were years ago, and you know you need to put those pieces in place.
Discraft, home of the UltraStar, the official disc of USA Ultimate. Your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. And Hamilton pulls, high floaty pull, coming down just past midfield, forcing towards us. And good work by the Farmington offense here to start.
Good
Near
job.
side. Open on the under, but just a little floaty.
Oh,
but
nice
a
catch.
great grab by 11. Oh, but got a little careless on the dump.
Hamilton getting set up here. Farmington did a good job this time of matching up off the turn. 67 baiting that throw to happen.
Yeah.
And he almost didn't make the play, but again, like 67 kind of playing off him, knowing he's got the height advantage, daring the thrower to throw it. As far as number 11 making that excellent dive for Farmington down there, we call that throw afterwards conservation of greatness. You make a great play, you need to take a breath, take an extra second, don't immediately make any decision, gather yourself and then make a play.
Farmington in the white with the disc. A little bit of a low throw, unfortunate.
They were rolling there. They've completed that throw. They're on the move.
Yeah, Hamilton, and I like that strike cut, that sharp cut right by the handler. Oh, and
He's
that's
in.
going to be a point for Hamilton.
10-4 in favor of Hamilton. So another one of our sponsors is Revision Energy. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and we're thrilled to have their support for this tournament. Did you know that they're co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortuna Muller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com.
We'd also like to take a moment to thank Impact Melanoma. They've been a great sponsor over the course of this year, and Impact Melanoma has partnered with Maine Cancer Foundation. Together, we are partners in prevention to increase awareness of skin cancer, encourage prevention by regularly applying sunscreen and seeking shade and promoting early detection. That's impactmelanoma.org. So Hamilton, in the vacation land end zone to the left of your screen, getting ready to pull.
Yep. We'll see if Farmington can get things moving. Off of the pulls, they tend to kind of like stay stationary and the defense is kind of able to set up around them. Whereas a lot of times Hamilton off the pull, they're already moving and they're already running. Usually Hamilton making throws between their handlers while the cutters kind of get set up, and Farmington kind of waits for everything to be ready and then they kind of go. So let's see if they kind of put some more movement in to begin here.
They're like, I got to get to my position,
exactly.
And then wait. It's like, now move, yeah, perfect. Start moving
and
the
there
disc
they
now.
go. Yep.
I like that.
Now they need one more.
Don't get too deep.
There.
Good, great job. Farmington, near side of the field.
And as they practice that was a great beginning. They need a deep shot to come off of 91 making that cut.
Correct. Oh, a little bit behind, but that was the right throw to make, and that was the right cut.
The right cut, the right throw, just behind him. Hamilton takes over.
Yeah! Hamilton sideline, very enthusiastic.
And Hamilton, number 27, said hi to mom, if mom is watching.
27 was very happy to learn he was on the stream because he could text his grandmother the link and she could watch him.
Oh, that was a great cut by Hamilton there. 18, that's the right cut in the right spot. That's to just put some air under it. Just let him run. Let him run and go get it. Great look by Hamilton. This is where Farmington has struggled getting things started off of this position, but a nice cut to get it going. Now just get it off. If they can get it off the line, they'll be in business.
Good undercut by Farmington. Ooh, better catch on that give and go. Looking deep, looking cross field. Nice spot. Oh, just unfortunate.
Unfortunate, yeah. I like the cutting for Farmington number 52, Slate. Like this, the right cut down here, the right cut on the deep look. Like she's got a good anticipation of where she's supposed to be.
Hamilton doing a very good job of showing patience here in the scoring half of the field. Oh, great anticipation by 91, and even though he didn't get the smackdown on that, certainly affected the throw. Oh, that was good defense to try and change the throw, but
nice
still
throw.
Gets it deep into the end zone.
Yeah, good job using fakes, getting to the throw. He probably prefers a forehand, I think, from watching him throw. So you fake the forehand, you come back for the big backhand, the defender thinks now it's coming. They really bite on that big backhand fake, and now you've got the whole field to throw your flick. And again, there's Slate with a great, she knows her thrower, and she took off.
Yep.
And, it got there. Good job by Farmington. That's now 10-5.
And that's something you want to see, as a coach. You want to say, okay, let's start, we can't get 5 points in at once. We got to chip away. We got to play some defense, and we got to try and get the turn and then get the solid score. And right now what they need to be doing is, all right, what do we need to do on defense? What's working for us that we can try and get the turnover and get another quick score? Put the pressure on Hamilton. Maybe they tighten up.
Hamilton with a bit of confusion about lines. It looks like they have lines set up before the game. Kind of like if you think of lines like in hockey where they have like the same lines of players that play together. It's a great way to take a big team. You can bring a roster of like 21 people to a tournament. So it's a good way if you have lines where you can build chemistry together playing with the same group of 7 of really who does what really well, and you pick players to play together who have skills to complement each other. Right now in the beginning of the season, really what you're really trying to make sure you have at least 2 people on the field who are capable with the disc in their hands and can make some throws. Otherwise, this sport is really, really hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much impossible to play offense if you don't have 2 people who can make forehand and backhand throws of at least 10 yards.
Yeah, if you have 1 true handler and 6 cutters, it can be very, very difficult.
I've spent years of my life on teams like that. Yes, it's very hard. Here they go. Hamilton going back to vert. And Farmington coming out with that zone. You've got the 2 people in the cup
that is
here.
a great spot.
Great
I really
throw.
like that handler number 10. She is just really savvy.
That was a good job by 91 reading that throw. That's where the zone is that's where the offense is a little too aggressive, and as you play against more zone, you know that throw looks like it's there. It is not.
No.
Because that deep is reading you like a book and making, nice catch.
52.
52 again. Now, what she can do is she is allowed to get up after she's down unless she throws a fake. So she actually played that correctly. Once she started making like she was going to throw, now if she had gotten up, it would have been a travel, which it's not the end of the world. I would trade the travel call just to be able to stand up, because
Correct.
throwing from your knees is not a way to throw a frisbee.
52 has a really great understanding of space and when to cut. She just needs a little more confidence in throwing, and that comes with practice. Oh, great.
Nice throw.
Great little throw up the sideline for the score.
So Farmington was attempting to stay in their zone, but as you saw after the turnover, they never got set, and they also either they tried to match up a person and didn't, or they never even tried. I'm not sure, but that's what happens if you try to set up a zone and you don't get set. It's a numbers game, and there's more Hamilton people on that side of the field than there were Farmington people.
And that's the danger. If you turn it over real quick and you go, are we in zone or are we in person?
It's too late.
As soon as you say that, you're exactly right. You
It's
were too
over.
late. You need to know ahead of time, we are either going, if we turn it over here, we are going to go person. If we turn it over here, we're going zone.
Yep. That's why.
And I like to see, if you're going to go zone, play zone the entire field. Take
And
away
that's-
that space.
And I won't claim to be any sort of like world nationals caliber player or coach, but the only things that I've seen work are either you say we're going to play zone the entire way, no matter we turn or not, and you have to then also be flexible where everyone knows how to play every position, because after the turnover, you all play the position you are closest to.
Correct.
Within reason. So you don't have defined positions. You don't have to be like, I'm the deep, and I got to get all the way back there and I'm 50 yards away. Or you say, we're going to play zone until, but if we turn it over, if we get a turn and then turn it ourselves, we don't play zone, we play in person, just so that everyone knows, because otherwise you get too much confusion.
Yeah.
Farmington ready to go here. I believe it's 11-5 in favor of Hamilton. Let's see what sort of offense Farmington can cook up here. This is a group of players we haven't seen a lot on the field together yet, so we'll see how this group gels going down the field. Nice pull by Hamilton.
Look at that drift. Nice angle on that disc. Miscommunication, not sure who's supposed to pick up the disc, and that, should have been Deed. Oh, and up the sideline, deep throw, and that is way out of bounds. And he knows it. He knew it immediately. He's like, thanks guys, but that's out.
And because it never came back in,
Ooh.
it went out up there. Yep.
Hamilton will.
And that's where, so our live stream field has
that's
these,
right. He did
ribbons.
touch the disc. So the offense touched the disc, so it's where, even though he was out of bounds, it's should be where the defender.
No, but the defender didn't touch the disc. The offensive person touched
yeah,
the
the
disc.
offensive play. That's what I meant to say. Oh, up the sideline. Nice work. Good fake. Nice undercut. This Hamilton team really has a good understanding of when to cut.
Yeah.
A little
Good
bit
defense.
that's a tough throw, trying to throw an inside out from the sideline back into the field of play. That is a really tough throw to
That's
complete.
one of the few times so far that Hamilton has had a nice foot block there almost, that Hamilton had nothing going. They left that player, they hung her out to dry. Nobody
Yep.
cut for her. They just all kind of stood around and looked at each other.
That's a blade down.
Stop the roll! You got mine. You're good.
Nice cut, not even waiting for the disc to stop moving, and good find downfield. Has to reestablish. Hamilton on the end line and in for the score. Hamilton once again. Good work by the offense. Shield Health and Fitness is proud to provide Lobster Pot 2024 with their American-made athletic training products. Shield athletic tapes and wraps are used by athletes all over the world to train, protect, and perform. Find the Shield family of products on Amazon or online at shieldhealthandfitness, all one word, .com to protect like the pros.
A big sponsor of this tournament too is Tyler Technologies, empowering the public sector to create smarter, safer, and stronger communities. Tyler Technologies is here. They have a tent over at Tournament Central, and they brought, like, I don't even know how many frisbees did they buy.
15 or 1,700 discs.
1,500 frisbees. They're giving them away for free, I think, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's pretty awesome. And there's also I believe they have a miniature, like almost like a job fair over there too. I
Yeah.
think so. Like so if there's anybody watching, or if you have if you are in the area and looking to maybe do a little bit of networking while you're here for when you're done with school, like head on over to Tyler and put your name in, get some email addresses, and yeah, they're a really cool company, and they're a consistent sponsor of Maine Ultimate, and we thank them for everything that they do for us.
And there's some really, really cool merch over at Tourney Central.
There is.
Every year I say, I don't need another Sun hoodie. I don't need another Sun hoodie. I don't.
And yet every
Oh,
year,
look at that cool design.
for those of you who have been watching our live stream for the last couple of years, you've probably noticed that every time Mike Callahan is on camera, he's wearing a different hoodie because he buys one every year. At least one, maybe two.
Yeah.
So I think you might have a problem there, Mike.
I've got a sickness. It's a sickness. I freely admit it.
There are some really cool designs by Breakmark and by B Ultimate. Yep, both have really cool designs. I know for a fact, because I looked online, that everything that Breakmark is selling here at Tournament Central is also available online. You might just have to wait like 3 weeks to get it. You can't kick the disc forward like 67 did, but whatever at this point. As Farmington takes over in a horizontal stack that is, oh no!
Way to be tall, 12. My goodness, that was a great just reach out and slap down. Hamilton takes over around the 8. Oh, great little find, good cut off of that. A little bit of clogging.
A little bit of a pick maybe too that we will get used to calling later on. Nice cut again by 3. She's in. Again, another. They're really good with their spacing and their timing. Good job by Hamilton.
Yeah, Hurwitz has just been a machine with her cutting. Just knowing when to cut. And, especially if your defender is a little bit new to the sport, all you need to do is plant one foot in a different direction for a fake and let the over pursuit happen, and now you're wide open.
Yeah, that makes it 13, I think, to 5 in favor of Hamilton. But you can see here, consistently, both coaches, but, it's more, you like to see it when you're down by 8, the game's over, coaches are still coaching,
Yep.
Players are still playing. Yeah, it's been a battle. There's been a lot of running. You can see Farmington, is a little tired. We're still getting our Frisbee legs under us as they go back to school and kind of figure out their classes and all that sort of stuff too. We're in the middle of October, so things are just kind of getting warmed up for them at school, but Also, Hamilton has a massive roster.
Yes.
And Farmington has maybe 14.
Yeah.
So Hamilton's got at least 7 more bodies to play.
And at this point, you know, at every point is an opportunity to learn something, an opportunity to improve on something. So if you ignore, oh, we're getting beat, we're losing this game, this is tough. If you just say, all right, what can we get better on this point? Well, that can go a long way.
And you know what Farmington can do whenever they want is they can put 91 and 67 on the field at the same time and just run the offense through those 2 players. And no one else will learn anything.
Correct.
So like they can do that, and when they play a harder team, a team that's, they might do some of that just because you want your top players to play with your top players to develop chemistry too, but they're building a program, they're not, you know, isolating the most skilled players here. So that's, you're seeing, you know, a lot of people playing different positions, getting used to doing different things, being put in positions that are maybe a little uncomfortable to kind of to build skill. That's what this tournament is about. Yes, there's a big cash prize and everything, but this is a tournament to build skill for the coming
And coming out again in the horizontal stack, and just a lot of unforced errors. And you know, I think I could see a lot of that being cleaned up just over the course of the day with just getting into more of a rhythm.
And you know, confident, lots of nice
great
defense.
Read on defense, though.
Good job, way to get it back. There's the biggest difference I'm seeing between these 2 teams is Hamilton's throwers, even their players who are not handlers, are throwing the disc with confidence. They make a decision and they throw it. The UMass players, you know, a lot of them are maybe half throwing it. They're kind of throwing it without really being like fully committed to the throw, and that's why you're seeing throws that are low, throws that are off, and throws that are not making it to their receiver. You just commit to that throw and just throw it.
And you know, it's like any other sport where throwing is involved. You use your entire body. You know, you use your hips, you use your shoulder, you use your legs to complete, to put velocity on the disc. The disc will fly further and straighter the more spin you put on the disc.
Yep. Yeah. Like, and I'm seeing lots of maybe with their weight back and more like kind of stationary, kind of flat foot, using their elbow and their wrist and kind of just, you know, like half or 1/3 power throws, like really step into it and let it go and trust your receiver. Like, you know, like I would always tell people, throw it hard, throw it too hard, see what I can catch.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like your receiver can catch way more than you think that they can most of the time. So like, yeah, you know.
And some of that too is the like we've been referring to is the confidence of the thrower, is the indecision. It's like, no, make that throw, commit to it. You have that throw in practice, you can have it out here. You just need to trust it.
And as the cutter, the one doing the cut, like as you're cutting in and making, you know, getting ready, or cutting and cutting out, either way, you look back at your thrower, and if you see that indecision, that hesitation from the thrower, a lot of times the cutter feels, wait, okay, am I in the wrong spot? Is my defender right on me and I don't know it? Like, why are they hesitating? And then that makes them hesitate. And then if the disc comes, now you have both hesitated, and that you know, allows the defense to make a play.
So Hamilton pulling, ooh, forehand, lefty forehand pull, I like it. UMF taking over at their 5. Now working the disc, still out of that host stack, looking long. Oh, and that was great defense, great help defense to make that a difficult throw.
Nice catch.
91 still caught it.
He had it.
He's just making sure no one was.
And that was also, you know, a great job of 3 people attacking the disc and nobody getting hurt.
Right.
Or fouling each other. Maybe.
So trying to defense really needs to not let that around through. Don't cheat on the up line. You have your defense for the up line. Commit to the no around.
So he pays 91, put that throw right on top of the pylon. they just got kind of deep and he was just too far away. Like he was 20 yards out. It's a long throw to make.
Hamilton in their own hoe stack.
Definitely discouraging for Farmington to work it all the way and have that big catch and then not be able to punch it in right there.
Now on the far sideline, trying to get it off.
11 is a solid forehand as well.
Oh, that was
throw too many up the line.
Yep.
Yeah, just poor choice.
And that's going to come back towards the near side of the field. Great catch by number 12. And
there you go.
For the easy throw, for the point. And, you know, Farmington working on some stuff, getting some quick points. Hamilton, in contrast, needs to say, all right, you know what, let's just end this game right now.
I mean, Farmington on that point, giving Hamilton some of their own in Madison.
Yep.
Generating turnover and immediately looking downfield. Yeah, great cut by number 12. Yeah, it's good job by Farmington kind of generating that turnover and taking advantage. That makes it 14-6. We have another sponsor of our tournament is Chalkless. Chalkless Grip Enhancer's patented technology is engineered to provide long-lasting, radically enhanced grip for athletes in nearly every sport. It goes on clean and dry, turning your hands into a powerful grip zone. You have to feel to believe. Used by professionals in the PGA, USTA, NBA, NFL, PPA, CrossFit, and many other sports where grip is critical. Chalkless helps you find your edge with game-changing grip. I think they're here today too. I think they're over there.
Yeah.
I've never used that product. I had a different product years ago because I got so frustrated playing in Manhattan up here. It's cold, it's wet, and gloves are great until they get wet. So I used something similar to this, and I was shocked at how well it worked. I'd never used anything like that before. It really, really does help. I was pleasantly surprised and definitely preferred it over wearing a glove.
And you can see some other sponsorship signs along this field. Ghost Energy has their own tent. They brought an absurd number of cases of Ghost Energy for the athletes today.
And our friends at Maine Movement across the way there too, they're actually both UMass Farmington alum who are Maine Movement. They're a not physical therapy, but like conditioning, and they do a lot of different things. Training, yeah, like personal training. And Jared and Jess are two phenomenal individuals, so give them a shout out too.
A little bit of a travel and a strip, so there you go. All in one.
Good veteran call.
Hamilton taking over again. Vertical stack that is just begging to be called picks out of.
And the players on the field just let the sideline know that they're on the sideline and that they don't get to talk about calls on the field. except in rare occurrences. So lots of things happening with this trying to get restarted here. Maybe a little bit of attitude happening about being back in our spots and calling things back and forth. But we're all back to normal now. Here we go.
Yeah, I like the cuts out of the stack from Hamilton, but they're a little too tight in their stack. Oh, and
good
a
bid
good
by 67
by Hamilton to end the game. Nice throw up the field to someone who is tall and athletic.
Absolutely. Great job by both teams. They got lots of things to build on, things to work on, but I'm sure they're going to have a really good time the rest of the day here.
Yeah, this is the first game of a 2-day tournament, and the weather is supposed to be spectacular all weekend. So looking forward to some exciting ultimate for the rest of the day and into tomorrow. So for Tom Myers and Maxime Rumiel, I am Mike Callahan. Thank you for watching, and we will be back shortly for our second stream.
Yeah, our second game's at 11:50. We'll see you then.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
Stage to keep possession. Huge bid, gets the target.
Great opportunity for the Germans, and they break with ease.
Throw it the full 80 yards to the field. Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me.
Oh my God!
One of the plays of the year.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce.
Hello and welcome to the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. It's the Lobster Pot, a massive college ultimate frisbee tournament here in the middle of October. We have our second round games coming up. We've got Brown, we have a women's pool play game, Brown in the white jerseys and Bates College in the dark jerseys with the fun accessories. My name is Tom, I'm here with my friend Mike, how you doing?
The weather's spectacular, especially compared to last year. I was talking with the coach for Brown, and we were reminiscing about the rain and the cold last year.
And we have Claudius on the field. The camera was pointed at base, but Claudius is waving at us over there. Our mascot, Claudius. Everyone say hi to Claudius. He's dancing. He's having a great time. He's a bit out of his element, being not in water, but he's doing all right. Looks like he's a little on the red side. Looks like he's been in the pot already.
Probably a little warm.
A little warm, but you know, Claudius driving around, keeping everybody happy. We're working on getting a check-in with him. But, probably at some point during the day we'll be able to get a check-in with Claudius if we can. But yeah, the weather's fantastic. It's sunny. It's bright. It's like 60 degrees. We've got Brown in the white on the left. Looks like they are receiving to start, and Bates is pulling on the right side, going from right to left in the dark jerseys with the tutus and fun color accessories.
And the 3 subs.
And Bates has a roster of 10. Brown has significantly more than that. Here we go. Let's see how this game goes. Women's pool play game.
Brown picks up just past midfield.
And vertical stack to start from Brown.
Cut from the back, and nice deep look off of that, but good holster. Near sideline. Good strike cut, but a little too far on the lead throw. So Bates will take over deep in their own end, right around the 10, near sideline.
So we'll see over the course of this game which cold weather term is better. We've got Brown shiver and Bates cold front. Both teams choosing names having to do with the wonderful weather we get in the Northeast in the wintertime.
Oh, a little bit behind, and that allowed the defender number 7 to Sunday to make that defense. And now she's in the corner waiting for the strike cut. Oh, nice cut out of the back, but just it's hard when you're cutting to the sideline to lead them up to the sideline. Mm-hmm. That is a tough to catch that in bounds.
Mm-hmm. The cut was a bit kind of in between. It wasn't to the front cone, it wasn't to the back cone. Right. It was kind of sideways, so tough look there, but I know these are two talented teams with coaches. I know Bates cold front has been to Div 3 in the Nationals many times before, and Brown is also has a really solid ultimate foundation, a really good program.
That was a great break force throw to the front of the stack, perfect. Oh, and just again out of reach, and again that middle cut, not to a cone, and that's a tough throw to make and keep in bounds.
Mm-hmm. Both teams utilizing vertical stack to start with.
And that's, again, Brown's read the cuts very well and are already cutting off the back cuts. Oh, great.
Way to stay with it.
Oh, she's got the Wonder Woman wristbands. That is fantastic.
A good hand block by 7. Way to stay with it by the Bates' cutter though to keep that point going. That disc sailed. Brown trying to go break side, but coming back on the open side here. Good cut by Brown cutter. Is that Sunday again? I think so.
And yeah, and so that is Alice to Sunday.
1-0 Brown.
That doesn't make sense. It's Saturday.
Well, Sunday's doing work on Saturday and Sunday. So Bates looking like they've got some newer players at this tournament. This is the beginning of the season. But you know, some of their cuts they got to cut and clear out. They're doing a good job of like initially doing it, but
Yeah,
so,
and as we said, both teams utilizing that vertical stack. That's when you have two handlers kind of around the disc and a line up the field. You usually want a little bit of space between you, and right now Bates's stack is a little bit compressed, meaning the players are really close together, which is going to anytime you move create natural picks, which is illegal in the sport of ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
So from the lobster pot end zone, Brown getting ready to pull. See what kind of defense. So far, both teams have been playing person defense. That's where you take a person and you guard them the entire point. Follow them around, try and cut off their throws and their cuts. What I like from Brown that I've seen so far from their handlers is the first cut they're looking for is break side, meaning the person is on their hip trying to force them in one direction, and they're trying to throw in the opposite direction they're being forced. So the break side. Oh, straight up force.
straight up mark here, yeah, from Brown.
Oh, and unfortunate because 26 was open.
Yeah.
Brown waiting for the offense to set with the disc, cross the field. Ooh, a little bit of a sailed throw. Again, that's one of those cases where the player's a little bit newer and, you know, lifting that pivot foot and a little uncomfortable throwing and there is a little bit of breeze that is kicked up.
No, that Brown player is throwing it the way you would throw a baseball.
Correct.
You know, right-handed thrower stepping with the left foot, which feels like it's the right thing to do. Nice run through D by the Brown defender there. Yeah, it feels like it's the right thing to do at first, but once you learn how to play and learn how to throw, you realize that it's not the way to do it, to create space. Good throw there by Brown too, looking up good downfield.
Oh, great deep cut. Holstered. Strike cut available.
There's the strike cut from the Brown player.
In the continuation, ooh, we have a travel call?
Travel call. Or no, an out of bounds call.
Ooh.
I think she's calling her out of bounds. But there you saw two Brown players make the same cut. The first cut from 18 was looked off, and the second cut was there. They made the same cut, but the second cut was better. The angle was more down the field and less directly across the field, giving the thrower a big window to throw the disc to. You can tell that's the difference between an experienced player and a newer player making that. They both saw the space. The cut from 18 was great, but you just see the difference there. Looks like they either can't decide or they did call it. Okay, it looks like they're going to call her inbounds, but they're like sending it back to the thrower because maybe there was a discussion they don't quite agree with, so they're just kind of do it over again, which is, there are no referees or officials in Ultimate. It is entirely, the rules are officiated by the players on the field, which is a unique aspect of Ultimate. Nice cut.
Ooh, that was good defense by, ooh.
It was too good defense. There was definitely contact there. I'm not surprised with the foul. The throw, it's really the throw's fault. The throw was behind. The cutter, the Brown cutter, had beaten their mark. They beat the person to the spot, and they had to stop suddenly to catch the disc, and there was a bit of a run through there.
That's why if I'm the defender there, I'm contesting that. I'm like, I'm allowed to my space, I'm taking a direct line, and I think I got around you.
It looks like a no. Well, if it's a, she's going to take the disc on the goal line here.
Yep. Far sideline. Trying to force up that sideline, and didn't matter.
Good job by Brown. Good resilience there. Bates making him work a little bit with some really tight defense. And it is 2-0 in favor of Brown.
Nice cut by Ariana in the end zone there. You know, sometimes your person you're guarding is faster than you. So now that you know that, on defense, you have to make an adjustment.
Yeah. One of the sponsors of Maine Ultimate's Lobster Pot Tournament is Impact Melanoma. Impact Melanoma is the nation's leading nonprofit dedicated to significantly reducing the incidence of melanoma in the United States and saving lives. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org.
And we have in the white, Brown getting ready to pull left side of your screen from the Vacation Land end zone, referring to Vacation Land and Lobster Pot end zones by the flags you may see on your screen that are on the end lines.
Yeah, this is a truly massive Ultimate Frisbee tournament. There's 80-something teams. I forget what the final count was.
It's
but
close to 90.
Close to 90. I mean, there are 40, yes, 40 Ultimate fields here at this complex. We've taken over the entire thing. This is also a common area for the community of South Portland to go walk and bring your dogs to and things. And any of the locals that we've seen today have arrived here to walk their dog or to go for a stroll and have been the look of shock on their face of, oh, this again, it's this weekend. There's, you know, probably close to 2,000 people here. So it's fantastic. Maine Ultimate has a lot of really dedicated volunteers that manage to put this together and pull it off every year. It's a really cool event that brings the whole Frisbee community in the area together.
I mean, I know I'm biased because I live here, but Maine Ultimate really does know how to throw a tournament.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, there's a reason why we have teams from as far away as Rutgers University from New Jersey is here, the University of Buffalo is here. We've had teams from Pennsylvania in the past too, I believe. So like teams from all like the Northeast and the metro area all make this a destination, and they come back year after year.
And the team that travels the furthest gets their entry fee waived. So I'm talking to you, California. I'm talking to you, Oregon. Come out. All right.
We did have a team fly here once.
Yeah, we had a South Carolina team once. It was really, really fun. They were a little short-staffed, but they were very enthusiastic.
Bates picking up the disc here. Way over on that sideline, if they can get off the line and create more room, their offense can kind of get going. Good hand block by number 7. That's Sunday again.
Yeah, she's one to watch. She is.
That's us. Okay.
Oh, and good cut, but a little bit of a fake out of her own of their own player there. Couldn't quite connect. So Bates will take over on their own end line.
See, they got stuck before. Let's see if they can develop a little bit of flow on offense. The cuts are trying. They're trying downfield, but just that Brown's just all over it on defense. Another unforced error by Bates. Brown looking to go up 3-0.
And we have a pick
has been called.
And it's just like a basketball pick, only it's not legal in Ultimate.
You have to be within 10 feet of your defender to call you have to be within 10 feet of the other player to call a pick. And you get to, the official rule is that you go back to where the cut originated from, so they have corrected that. A common misconception is the defender just kind of walks out into the lane where the play stopped, and that's not how the rule is enforced. They did this correctly here.
That was good defense on the handlers there, forcing the holster of the throw the player wanted into the end zone and going for the easy reset instead. And
good cut.
Bates struggling to get it off that line.
Yeah, but 26 though. That was a nice cut. That's C3PO. Oh no, it's not. I'm sorry. Apex. Cassidy with a good cut up the line.
Brown now moving the disc near side of the field.
Bates is battling on defense here. Good job of shutting down those cutters downfield.
Yeah.
Only thing left is a reset.
If you can see why there are picks called if you look at that Brown stack. They're all right next to each other. Oh, nice read by 7 Sunday again with the disc, getting ready, waiting for help.
Yeah, the cutters were organized.
Oh,
but not
and just
moving.
into traffic.
All right, let's see if Bates can get something set up here on offense. They're getting their stack together. Now they're set up in the middle. They were having a hard time being too close to that sideline before. Let's see if their offense can go be a little smoother with some room on that line. A little too high. A little too high.
Just sailed it over the head of 26.
Yep.
All right, Brown taking over. Again, middle of the field, moving towards the near side, and floating it into the end zone. And it was eventually caught. Sunday had it in their grasp, and then it was taken away by a teammate. They said, "No, that's not your disc, that's mine." So Brown now still shutting out Bates. Bates really needs to start doing something different with their stack. The Brown women's matching team is sitting on those undercuts from the back of the stack. Bates needs to start being a little bit more creative in how they get open and how they get the disc started. Brown in control, right side of your screen, getting ready to pull to Bates in the dark with the various accessories, left side of your screen. I'll really be interested to see how Bates adjusts, but also how Brown reacts to that adjustment. Will they be able to continue to shut down Bates when Bates starts doing something a little unpredictable? Brown now up 3-0 over Bates in this second round game of the 2024 Lobster Pot in the women's matching pool. The pull is up. It's a nice pull. We're laying just past midfield. Middle of the field. Bates will pick up, getting into their vert stack. Good defense on that stack. Inside throw up the lane. Tough, and Song, not looking at it, knocks it down with her elbow. Excellent job. Good field awareness of getting into space and extending, becoming big, and making that a difficult throw. And now Brown is on the move.
Yeah, good strike cut from that handler.
Oh, nice job. 13 has drawn some really tough matchups, and she has been playing they've been playing really good defense.
Whitney Moore. Good job on defense. They're taking advantage of that floaty throw.
And again, the
got a
defender's
piece.
doing a good job in that stack of just getting in the way and making the handlers beat them.
Good strike cut from Monty. Ooh,
Oh,
it's floaty.
back towards the middle of the field and
It works.
caught by Bates to get on the board.
Moore with the catch.
Was that 13-13?
No, it was the player with the cat ears who threw it.
Oh, 61.
Stormfly. Stormfly to Moore. Good job by Bates. Yeah, they The cutters were not getting anything downfield, but the handlers were doing some good work with those well-timed strike cuts. It looks like the cutters, Bates, I mean, Brown is really taking away the unders and really playing Bates really far under. And it can be discouraging to cut when your defender's already in front of you, but to cut, to move them out of the way, you know, something that they need to just do and be committed to it. The cuts are bailing out too soon, and they're not giving themselves time to develop.
What I would like to see as an adjustment for the Bates offense in this instance is, instead of that person making just automatically cutting under, take a deep shot. Get that defense to loosen up, to respect that you can go deep on them, and that will help open things up, because now they can't just play you under. Now they have to play the entire field.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you don't complete it, I mean, obviously it's better if you do you know, catch them, but even if you don't, then you have to, you know, the defense has to play both the unders and the deep looks, and that's just much harder to play defense that way.
And maybe you can get, you know, a deep shot. Okay, it doesn't connect. Maybe they get the quick turnover and deep in their zone, and now you can play defense and hopefully get another quick turnover.
Yeah, good job by Bates. The score is 3-1 in favor of Brown. Bates in the dark colored jerseys with the fun accessories, various tutus and other things, pulling, going from right to left. Brown receiving in the white jerseys. Here we go, Brown getting ready on offense, setting up a vertical stack downfield. They're all set, and here they go. Good cut, good throw. A deep look.
Oh, and just out of reach of Sunday.
That's a little too low, just a little higher. Sunday, we'll run onto that and make that play. Yep. But there's a fine line between high enough that it'll float so your player can go get it, and too high and then it floats too much. Good defense by Brown, 27, running right through that disc. Brown takes over 10, 12 yards out.
Yeah, that Bates handler was trying to throw an inside look there, which was the right throw to make in that instance, but just not,
Good bid.
not able to connect.
Good bid. I like the strike cut to space. The Brown players, you can tell they have some more experience. They've played together, you know, a little bit more. The cutters that were already downfield in the end zone saw that play happening, and no one went in that space. They left that whole end zone so they could use it.
Well, and that's what you were referring to earlier. You know, with the throw that was too low. That throw was nice and high to allow the offensive person to have a chance to catch it.
And here, great cut by 16, timing-wise, but again, too flat. So with the lines on this field, you can definitely tell it's too much like parallel with the lines across the field. That cut needs to be more to the thrower, because it was so flat, the defender got in front of them and undercut it.
This is going to be open. Oh, good job by the mark there to take away that throw, but Sunday still gets open.
They worked together really well. They overcommitted on the open side. Bates did on defense, and Sunday went right back to the break side. But a good job by Bates resetting their defense. After that break side look, I thought Brown was going to walk in the end zone, and they're still stuck having to go backwards. So Bates defenders downfield doing a good job here, and look, they got a turnover.
And what I liked about that reset there was the front of the stack realized the count was starting to get high and immediately moved into action for the quick, easy reset.
Now, for a newer, less experienced team, getting the disc off the sidelines like this is really hard. But they've got it. They got off the line. And again, the right throw just a little bit behind the receiver. But Bates able to get it off that sideline, which is good. That can be hard off of a stagnant start if we haven't practiced a lot together.
Oh, nice cut by the front of the stack there.
Yeah, number 13 with a double move.
Oh,
and
and
a
that's
nice
going to be
throw.
a point. Excellent work by Kunzang there to catch the score to make it 4-1 in favor of Brown. Really, really nice work. And they've got a good rhythm going, and this is their first game. They had to bye the first round. So sometimes it's tough on your first game to develop that instant rhythm and get things going, but they look really good, really sharp.
But you can tell. Oh. Yeah, they are doing it. I mean, you can tell that Brown's coming in here with a more experienced team, more veterans. That they're relying on that. They're more cohesive. They're cutting together as a unit. Things are smoother. Bates is tending to be lots of movement and then no movement, and really kind of struggling to get anything going. They're having to lock onto their handlers. But again, this is the middle of October. This is new, newer players, less experienced players. That's what this tournament's here for, is to see where you're at as a team, get to play high quality competition, and set some things up to work on for the rest of the year as you really get, because the college season doesn't really get going until the spring. So this is, a good thing to get some tournament experience, so that when you do play those games that count in the spring, it's less of a wow factor.
Correct. And this is a wise use of a timeout by Bates. They're a little short-staffed today. They're down a little bit. They want to gather themselves to try and make a little bit of run before half maybe, and just settle things down. Speaking of settling down, Shield Health and Fitness is proud to provide Lobster Pot 2024 with their American-made athletic training products. Shield athletic tapes and wraps are used by athletes all over the world to train, protect, and perform. Find the Shield family of products on Amazon or online at shieldhealthandfitness, all one word, .com to protect like the pros.
And one more sponsor during our timeouts, you see them on some of the signs all around here, is Revision Energy. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and we're thrilled to have their support for this tournament. Did you know Revision Energy was founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunat Muller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone, with a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. So, timeout on the field. We're really, Bates has taken as much time as they want and then some. But what are some things that you would like to see, or that you think the coach is talking about in the huddle right now, Mike?
They have to be talking about a couple things. One is they're making a lot of throws that are behind their cutters. Mm-hmm. So they need to start throwing to space a little more effectively, and they really need to figure out something creative with that stack. As we spoke about, maybe it's going deep off of the initial throw, or setting up a play, saying, all right, first cut is 99. I don't care where you're lining up in the stack, you're the first cut to 17 to 61 deep.
Yeah.
Something to just get in a little bit of a rhythm, because right now they're really struggling. They'll get a couple of completions and then they'll stop.
Right. Something that is common, like, when you teach a vertical stack, you usually teach the cuts to come from the back at first, just to get players used to the timing and when to move. And then it's eliminating too many steps, at once. Instead of who's going to move and where to go and when to do it, you eliminate some of those, and you say, okay, the back person always goes, and then you only need to figure out when to go, right? So, but another building block you can build, like after you establish that, is you can put the onus on the front of the stack, especially if you don't have a lot of super amazing throwers. You can say the front of the stack is going to take a couple steps to the break side, because that 5-7 yard break throw is pretty easy. And then if your good throwers can get that throw, now your offense can use the side of the field that they have an advantage on. And that's something that Bates has not explored at all. Mm-hmm. And Brown has able to get it at times. And that's just, it's a next step. It might be too soon in their development during the season to do that right here at this tournament, but it's something that I'm sure Bates will do over the course of the season, is to kind of be able to play Ultimate on the easy side of the field too.
And one of the reasons I do like initiating the cuts from the blasphemous front of the stack is because if you're cutting from the back of the stack, by the time you get up into space, if you are cut off, the count is now at 3 or 4. If you initiate just the first cut, not every cut, but just the first cut from the front of the stack, you get immediate movement and maybe the throws off in 1 or 2, and now the defense is scrambling to recover.
And it can make the whereas Brown is being so far out in front, like see the Brown defenders are so far underneath the Bates cutters, moving from the front of the stack can make them think a little bit about how far under do they want to get, because if they're so far underneath their cutter, if you go to the break side and then the back of the stack goes deep, now that Brown defender is now 10 yards out of position almost immediately.
Well, and you saw right there on that point, once Bates got the swing off to get the reset, the entire field opened up. They had movement, they had people open. It was really, really nice.
Yep.
And speaking of nice, that was nice defense by Bates there.
And yeah, and just one more time of getting into the break side, Brown got it out here to the break side, and that throw, if it's not so high, if it's lower, where 13 can run onto it and get it, then Brown's on the break side, rolling down the field. Nice strike cut by 13.
Yep.
The strike cuts Bates has clearly practiced, and they are good at the timing and the positioning of it, and they look for it.
And again, that inside throw with the stacked to the inside and the defender to an outside, it can be a tricky throw, but if you get it off, it's impossible to defend because the defender has to follow you to get the disc. Bates, near side of the field, trying to work that near side. Oh, and a good cut out of the stack, caught.
55-25, that's GOAT to, I don't have 25 on here, yeah.
Oh, I think that was Apex.
Apex?
Yeah, 26.
26, sorry, 26. GOAT to Apex. Okay. I don't have my glasses on, but I do have my contacts in, so I should be able to see that. It's not that far away.
Dude, it happens once you hit 30, man.
Ah, man, why? Yeah, no, it's clear as day, it's 26. I don't even know. I have no idea, man. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, we could not ask for better weather. There's a little bit of a breeze kicking up, which is across the field, but it's sunny. It's very comfortable temperatures, clear skies. This is just excellent ultimate weather for middle of October.
I know, this is a complete opposite of the weather for this tournament last year, where it was 42 degrees and raining. Like, that was miserable. And we didn't even play on Sunday. We had to cancel the tournament for Sunday because the fields were underwater. Like, there was so much rain that the fields just stopped draining. These fields drain pretty well to begin with, and for them to not drain at all was that the ground was had enough. So Bates getting ready, play some defense. The score is 4-2 in favor of Brown, and Brown has been able to move the disc down the field. The more throws they make, which is something that happens young ultimate. The more throws you make, the more likely you are to turn it over. Just the odds are. But Brown's been able to move the disc pretty effectively. So let's see what they can do.
And Bates their adjustments on defense have been pretty good. They've really been playing aggressive. Short pull, just short of midfield. Brown takes over, immediately looks to break. Nice cut from the stack.
Well, and Brown looks right at their handler there and nice recognition
that's a
there.
Deep
Good
throw
throw.
To 22. Easy score there for Devia in the end zone. Yeah, they're looking to break that mark to open up the entire field, and it's not there. They're not waiting and waiting and waiting. They're looking. It's not there. They look upfield. If that's not there, then they look for they're doing a good job of making eye contact with that reset and not coming off of them, just because there's nothing worse being the reset as someone looks at you, then looks away, and then they don't know what to do, and now you're not sure where to cut, and then chaos ensues. Cats and dogs living together.
Well, they also, while they, they pick up the pull there, and while their cutters are getting organized, they look at the dump handler, and they're like, and so like, if they want to play, a little handler game, that's the initiation to do so while the cutters get organized. Instead of picking it up and standing there and doing nothing and having the stall count get up, if the stall count's going to start rising, you might as well do something with it. So, so I like looking at that, just to make the defender be honest. It also moves the defender over a little more. When you turn and face your mark like that, the mark's going to slide over just like habitually. So then when you look back upfield, you now have more room.
And then there's always maybe the defender there gets a little bit lazy, and as they're picking up the disc, they realize, oh well, the stack isn't set there, so I don't need to get and play hard on the handler yet. And maybe you get that quick throw off, and now all of a sudden the defense is on its heels. So good work by Brown, but good work by Bates on getting down and getting in position.
Let's see what kind of pull Brown has.
From the lobster pot end zone, right of your screen.
Ooh, came out of their hand funny, a little short. I'd like to have that over again, but let's see if Bates can take advantage on the short field here.
It looks to be a little bit of confusion on who has who for Brown. And again, Brown with great defensive positioning.
Oh,
and
bummer.
Deep throw, but that's going to be a pick, and that's going to be a turnover regardless.
So that's something where, as you play more, you learn how to get ready to throw while still looking downfield. So 13 on Bates saw the cutter. They thought they were going to keep going deep. They took their eyes off the field to load up to throw that lefty backhand. And when they looked up as they were letting it go, the cutter was coming under. It was too late to correct it. So as you practice and get better at throwing, you can do your windup and load up on your backhand while still keeping an eye downfield so that doesn't happen. Because she basically turned her back to the field, and then the throw was completely different after they were done.
And Bates taking over, far sideline, break force throw there,
That's a
but
pick.
we have another pick call. I think we're going to have a lot of these because that is a very compressed stat.
So it was very helpful when I played in college, when we had the opportunity to practice either indoors in the turf dome field or on the varsity football field. Good defense by the Brown defender, just having it go right off their back. But having a field with lines on it was very helpful when we were teaching players how to space themselves in a vertical stack, because we would just have them stand on the lines. Like, it seems like it's crazy now that, and that it's too big, but we would start too big and then tighten it up a little bit. But it was a good visual to be like, to teach it of this is where you stand, this is how much space you should have in between you and your teammates.
42 is just a fantastic handler on Jolly. She is making these really great quick cuts to help out. Really clever, intelligent player.
Unfortunate drop there by Brown. Everything was working smoothly just as they would have liked it, and just, a drop.
Yeah, there. See? 99 takes 18 out of space. Perfect. And again, that's just a case of an inexperienced player. 13 has some speed, and they have definite skills, just need more touches, more hands on the disc for throwing.
See, Brown's getting some good
Oh,
down.
another great cut by Anjali up line.
Yeah, they cleared space and another strike cut. The handler's doing work here. I don't think they were in the end zone. They were not.
And, float to the back, and definitely want to have that one back. That was open and just sailed it a little high.
The Brown cutter got a pretty good jump on it from that throw seemed to kind of sneak up on them, and like they still got some verticality to almost pull that down. That was an athletic effort there.
Bates taking over on their end line, trying to get that. Oh, that's going, no foul.
No, it was an apology. The Bates handler got the Brown defender on the backswing there afterwards. It was an "I'm sorry, are you okay? I hit you in the head with my arm."
So Brown takes over at about the 4.
I would assume, yep, the strike cut's
going to be
happening.
a strike cut for a point. Anjali to Margot perhaps, or a different number.
Yeah, and so that is where, as you play more too, you'll get used to as a handler. When you play handler on offense, you get used to what you want to do as a cutter, and you can, when you then are asked to play defense, you can really help. It helps you play defense smarter too, because that's the spot as that handler. You don't want to get beat by that strike cut.
Correct.
So the base player was a little bit out of position. You want to be exactly where that brown player went, like that angle. You want to stand right there, and you're a couple yards off, and be like, you are not going this way. I'm content with you taking a swing around, but you are not going this way, because that is an easy throw with lots of room.
And yeah, you just throw it to space up the line, and it's uncontested. You really need to say, look, if you're going to get this disc, you're going to go through me, and guess what? That's a foul.
Exactly.
So 6-2 now in favor of Brown, looking to try and take it to half.
Let's talk about another one of our sponsors of Maine Ultimate. So, Port Property is one of our sponsors. You've seen some signs over there on the other side of the field. Port Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates of the Linden along Back Cove. For more information, please visit their website, www.portproperty.com.
I would like to also take this opportunity to thank all the volunteers that make this tournament happen. In particular, Craig and Sam in Craft Services, keeping the volunteers fed and happy. There's nothing better than not having to worry about, oh man, I don't have time in between games to run over and get food at the food trucks. Instead, we have a couple of wonderful players volunteering to prepare food for all the volunteers. And the pull is up.
Here we
and
go.
Bates will take it. Good pull.
Look at the spacing here. They talk about this on the sideline. The spacing's much better off of this pull. Look at that. Lots of space. Room for the cutters to do work in either direction. Good effort by both 13s on Bates. A good throw. Just, you have a little bit low, but it was there. That setup was much better from Bates right off the pull.
Oh, and that's just an unfortunate, unforced error. 22 has made a lot of great cuts. Devia has made great cuts and great catches. Just unfortunate. She's gonna try and get it back on. You're gonna try and get it back on defense.
Nice catch.
Good mark.
Apex again. Now they got to keep the spacing. They've gotten really close together.
That was a great fake by 55.
Goat looking to maybe put it out to space.
Oh, and just a little bit short. Had to try and get it under the arm of the mark, and just couldn't get enough on it.
That's where, something else that, comes with more practice is, as the disc moves down the field, the stack has to move too. And the Bates stack was not moving with the disc, and they ended up right on top of each other.
And
nice
that was
catch.
a tremendous catch.
That was amazing.
Waiting. Yeah, now Brown's taking a little too long for their cuts to develop, but get that break side throw off.
Good
yeah, there
defense
looks
by
to be a
Bates.
little bit of confusion among some of the Brown players, but they're content to work it back with the handlers. Great cut from the front of the stack there. Get the disc moving and immediately upfield. Great throw, just between the hands of the Brown receiver.
And again, it's been a theme all game. Despite what the score would suggest, the Bates defense, especially downfield, is really good. Nice cut by 99. Oh, did everything but catch it. That's frustrating. Keep working though. That cut was perfect.
Brown player taking it, picking up. And great, using fakes to get their defender out of position. Excellent. Bates taking over though on the unforced error there. Again, looking to take away the unders. Brown doing a good job getting in position.
High
Good
stall
way
count.
to body that player a little bit on that cut. Oh, and turns over right on the end line. Brown doing the smart thing, waiting for the offense to set. Now, if I'm the defender, I'm calling delay because you can't stand over the disc like that and not pick it up.
Oh, stay with
and
it.
Again, just off the hands of 24 there.
Yeah, that cut came from the front of the stack, but that seems to be a theme of what they want to do. They want to attack. They don't want to be coming from the back on the end zone line. They want to be coming from the front or from the handler position. Oh, under the leg. Good attempt by the Brown player, but Bates' thrower snuck it right under their leg.
Good job finding the handler. Oh, nice cut.
Nice catch
Good
there.
sliding catch. But that defender, they're right
there.
Right with them.
Yeah. All right, they need another movement here. Goats got it, but they need to move it around again.
You know, I wouldn't mind seeing
Nice cut.
Bates go, do a little handler weave and then have one of the handlers go deep off of that.
Yeah.
Kind of mix things up, surprise the defense, see if the defense can make the switch on the fly or not.
Brown calls a timeout. It's been a long back and forth point here. We're getting some water. Re-strategizing here. Brown looking to go up 7-2, and Bates wants to flip the score on him.
Get a little bit closer. Chalkless grip enhancers patented technology is engineered to provide long-lasting, radically enhanced grip for athletes in nearly every sport. Chalkless goes on clean and dry, turning your hands into a powerful grip zone. Let me say that again. Turns your hands into a powerful grip zone. You have to feel it to believe it. Used by professionals in the PGA, USTA, NBA, NFL, PPA, CrossFit, and many other sports where grip is critical to success. Chalkless helps you find your edge with game-changing grip. We will see out of this timeout. I like the way Brown is moving the disc, but Bates is really doing a good job of clamping down when they start moving the disc upfield. And then there were, a couple of unfortunate, just out of reach or between the hands of the Brown receivers, and this timeout helps with that because that's often a fatigue issue rather than any kind of skill issue or anything like that. You're just tired, you've been running around, you've been busting your butt on defense, and now all of a sudden, I should have had that. I couldn't catch it because you're tired.
Yep.
And your focus slips just that little bit.
And something off of what you said before the timeout happened is that Bates has the ability to move the disc from the handler position, but because their stack quickly becomes they cut and they clear, and they haven't learned yet to continue to refill the space. So you cut from the back, you clear to the front, and then you push down the field again, and you replace like a conveyor belt, and they're cutting from the back, clearing to the front, and then and not pushing downfield, so they're losing space at every cut. And then when the handler wants to go to work, they look at the handler at stall 5, stall 6. Now the handler had 15 yards of room to work with. Now they have 5 or 3. And so they can only go in one direction. It makes defense much, much easier. And Bates is doing that to themselves by not continuing to replace where they are going. And that's something that is, again, in the middle of October, early season tournament, probably a first tournament for a good chunk of the team, so they will get better. It is not surprising to see that, but that's like things that the coach is telling them to do, and we see it in spurts from Bates. We see it a little bit. They do it, and then they slip back to what they've done, previously, and so that'll get better over time. But that's something that they can work on, create some more room, let the handlers do some work to open up some throws. It's it ends up like a snowballing effect. You do one thing and it makes this next thing easier, which makes this easier, which makes that easier, and suddenly you're scoring points and looking like an offensive juggernaut.
Well, and that's another thing that happens with fatigue, right? Is you you lose a little bit of focus and you start falling into habits, and not all those habits are good.
Yep, exactly. So off of a timeout, the offense sets their position first, and then they are frozen in place. The defense gets to set their position based off what they see, and then the disc is tapped into play, and here we go. Brown going up line, nicely done.
And good fake there, back to the middle, good clear out. I like the way Brown clears out of, goes to space and then clears out.
And good defense
Looks
by
like
Bates,
they're
too.
really trying to do kind of a handler weave here, see if they can get it in, and then maybe a throw off of this. Ooh, that was
A little slip there, a little
Yep.
slick spot on the field.
And good patience, not looking to force it, trying to assure a point here. Oh, that was a great cut too.
They're
Throw
in.
across the front of the line.
And that was exactly right, Mike. That was off of the timeout. They call a handler weave. You saw them look for one cutter in the back of the end zone, and then the 4 cutters just stood there and watched their 3 teammates handler weave it into the end zone. There was not an intent. They didn't move. And that is a great way to utilize as much space as possible and make it as easy as possible for the throws. They don't have to worry about a defender running into the picture that way. There's just lots of room.
And to build off of that, the next step is, say, in practice, okay, what happens if we're running this handler weave and the person guarding you leaves you to help out with the handler weave because they know you're not cutting? Now you need to activate. That's the next, step in practice.
Yep, and it's hard to defend because, you're not, only guarding an under. Like as you saw there, the Bates defender 55 Goat did a good job. It's hard to guard the cutter when they can go back or downfield. Like you can only really take away one, and the cutter just outworked him and has a little more quickness. Goat actually did a fantastic job of taking away the swing earlier and made them kind of get stuck for a little while. So good defense. They had to make a lot of throws. It's just, in the end, Ultimate is a sport that is weighted heavily toward offense. It's like the defense's job is to make them throw more than a couple throws. And if you do that, you've generally done your job.
Yeah, and that's tough. You're trying to take away one thing, and it's like, okay, I took away that one thing, but I can't take away everything.
Exactly.
Or, you get to a certain age and you take away 0 things. It happens.
Right, yeah, exactly. So let's see, it's now 7-2 in favor of Brown. Bates looking to get some momentum going into halftime here. I do think they have a lot of positive things to build on in this probably, it's either their first or second game. I'm not sure if they had a bye either, but yeah, they definitely have a lot of positives to build on. They're doing a good job. They're fundamentally, they are pretty sound. They're making good decisions. Most of the errors are execution errors, throws and drops, not puzzling choice errors, and that's fantastic because the execution errors will get cleaned up with practice. The puzzling choices are much harder to work on.
Nice pull by Brown past midfield. Bates setting up in their offense, vertical stack again.
A little tight again, but see what they can do with it.
Good job by Brown.
A great
there
cut.
You go. Great
There we
side
go.
cut. Love to see it.
Now, a veteran defender would have called a pick when that cut happened because 17 went to the open side first. And then he came
nice
back around.
follow-up by 13.
Yeah, 13 has good instincts and reads the disc really well.
Oh, good throw to space, but just out of reach.
So Goat making the throw there, looking for Stormfly. Stormfly hadn't really committed in either direction, and Goat kind of threw it as a deep cut, and Stormfly had to adjust. They didn't quite see the space the same way, but that will improve as Brown with a stack way on the other side of the field.
I really like that side stack.
Yeah.
Because Bates hasn't seen it before. So let's see what we can do with it. Oh, that looked like a high stall count throw.
But not everyone was on the same page as you had one Brown player in the middle with their hand up.
Yeah.
And everybody else was 15 yards away on the other side. So a little confusion as to how they wanted to set it up, but they got a turn off of an unforced error from Bates. They look to reset here. You can see Brown's made an adjustment on defense off the handlers too. They are downfield, pushing the Bates handlers back. They're tired of Bates getting strike cuts on them, so they've made an adjustment there.
Near side of the field, Bates with the disc. Moving it up, trying to get some momentum going. And another undercut. Open this time, and just off the hands.
Bummer. Good cut though. Good cut though. Good throw there. Now what Bates will have to do on offense next time is, now that Brown is taking away those strike cuts up the line, the adjustment from Bates is to now go with a dump and then go around, which is 2 throws, but good defense there by 17.
Yeah, off that side stack, I would like to see the first cut come from the handler position. Just because Bates is playing such good D on that side stack. Bates now with the disc near sideline, still on the sideline. Brown forcing this way, trying to cut off the field.
There's the fake to the break side to move the mark. They need a cut on the open side from Bates here. There's the strike, contested really tightly by the Brown.
And there's the follow-up, nice grab at the end line, near side of the field. Bates with the disc, looking for the strike cut for the point.
That's 17, Scott Lewis to GOAT. 7-4, good job by Bates sticking with it.
And that's one of those things that, like we said, once you get a little bit of flow going, the game is so much easier. It's so much easier, even though every cut was contested, it just feels better. It feels like, oh, I've got the disc. I look up, oh, look, there's a person trying to get open. It's just so much easier that way. And I'd like to see Bates get a little bit more creative with initiating that flow. Now Brown receiving, trying to take it to half. Game to 15. Unlike a lot of other sports where halves are timed, in Ultimate, in non-professional Ultimate, game halves are half the score +1.
I mean, Ultimate does have a clock because we do have to, sometimes games will literally never end, but yeah, we don't take half at a certain time. We take half after a certain number of points, but we do have like a hard cap time limit because we have to fit so many games in.
And this game has been going for an hour, so it's been a long half.
Yes, very few quick points by either team.
Very methodical, but yeah, not fast.
Let's see if Bates can continue. They're really, I mean, their defense, particularly downfield on the Brown cutters, has been really good. Let's see if they can continue that, as they only have 10 people. So, endurance is going to be a thing throughout this game, throughout the day, as you're asking, with only a very few subs to keep up that defensive intensity.
And if I'm Brown, I want these points to be as fast as possible. Like, I want to be pulling, I want to be receiving quickly. I want to tire out this short-staffed Bates team. And Sunday wide open.
It looks like the Bates women's team has some reinforcements on the sideline by one of their men's teams, has arrived from their game and is just applying some energy. A turnover there by Brown, looking for a deep look, just kind of came out a little too low.
That looked like a set play.
I think so.
So, and again, not a bad strategy because you're playing good defense. Why not? Okay, well, now we have the disc down here. Let's see if we can keep it down here, get the turn, and
good try to catch
now we
back
only
up to
have
it.
to go 20 yards instead of the length of the field.
Bates had an adjustment off of their stack after that point though there too.
Oh, just
Turnover.
led the cutter upfield a little too much.
Well, let's see if Bates does it again. They sent the back of the stack to the break side just to get them out of the way, and then initiated from the second person. They're going to start from the back this time too. There's 99 is doing it again. They went to the break side to kind of just move their person out of the way. Nice catch on the sideline. Yeah, they're really trying to get the back of the stack out and away. My guess is to get those defenders to respect them and to kind of get out of the lane.
And that was a good job, defender, kind of go, and that's a tough defense there, to try and go under the cutter and get a hand on the disc to get the D. Again, looks like they're trying to do a handle weave, but Bates has learned, and and that's a throw up the field. Beautiful throw to lead the cutter. Now looking, now waiting. Oh, and that was just miscommunication. That's too bad, because they really wanted to capitalize there.
I thought that the cut was there, the thrower threw a fake, and then that should have been it. But
Yeah.
they decide, I can make this throw,
Yeah.
and that's never that doesn't usually work out very well when you're like, yeah, sure, I can do it. Your first instinct was correct. Just get it out of there, go back around.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Usually, when you throw that fake on the cut, you're telling the cutter, "I'm not throwing it to you."
See, there's a Bates making some moves here, trying to get some cutting
Yeah,
action.
I like the
but
cuts from the middle of the stack there. 3 handlers out. Now back to the 2. Getting a little movement.
Yep. So 26 was trying to say that they were out of the play. They didn't want to cut, and the thrower threw it to him. So Bates trying to create some more room here, but maybe a little too much so, just by allowing Sunday to just hang out in the deep space is shutting that entire half of the field away. So
Ooh, a little bit floaty. I'd like to get rid of the
nice
float
catch.
on that one.
Good focus by the Brown player.
Oh, and that was risky. 2 offensive players in the same spot. Great grab by 22. Oh, and just a little bit behind.
Bummer. Good cut. The right idea.
Devia again, cutting all over the field. Just couldn't get the throw
It's
off.
different than any other sport. You have to throw it so far in front, like that. It's just something that just takes practice, because you think it's going to be too far in front, and it's not.
And again, they get the run through D.
Yep, great job. Brown going to set up an end zone play here. They're probably going to go front of the stack, I would imagine. Yep, there they go. Good fake.
Good
Perfect.
break side fake that they have to respect, because they've been successful at it, and they get to take half.
Yeah.
Brown now up 8-3 to take half. I'm pretty sure it'll be a short half, because it was such a long first half.
It depends. I'm sure Bates will want it to be as long as possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, we will be back for the second half in a little while. We'll see you then.
On the grand stage to keep possession alive. Huge bid, gets the
It's a great opportunity for the Germans, and they break with ease.
Throw it the full 80 yards to the field. Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. Are you kidding me? Oh my God! One of the plays of the year.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
And welcome back. We're getting ready to start the second half here between Brown and Bates, women's division here at the main Lobster Pot at the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland. My name is Tom, here with Mike. And Mike, that was a long halftime. Bates taking a long break here.
Yeah, we have essentially 10 minutes of game time left. If Bates wants to make a run, they got to make it pretty quick.
You got to make it quick. Yeah. So even though we usually play a game, we play games to a score. In this case, the games today are played to the first team that hits 15 would win. But we also have to get games done and get games moving and things, to keep our schedule in place. So we have a timed soft cap at 80 minutes of game time, and then a hard cap at 90 minutes. And the soft cap's going to go off in 2 minutes, which we will add 1 to the highest score and play till that number. So most likely that will become in effect during this next point. So yeah, we are almost. This game is very close to being all done.
Well, what will be interesting to note is whether the coaches are aware of what time cap is, because they might not be.
They might not be aware. So, but
that's
either way,
in the app.
It's in the app. Yep, the app is fantastic. Developed by one of our volunteers. Esther did a fantastic job. We've been spreading the word about it. The players knew about it before they got here. And I've heard players and parents taking advantage of it, and it's been very helpful and has so far seemed to work extremely well. So. Back to our game on the field. Brown is in the white jerseys. They're pulling from the right side of your screen, and Bates is on your screen right now, receiving the pull from Brown. Bates wearing the dark jerseys.
Get a little bit of rolling. But it rolled back up.
Rolled back up, and let's see if Bates can generate some offense here to get another point or two before we're run out of time. The stack is creeping closer to the sideline here. Good defense by Brown.
Run through defense.
Not a bad cut, but the stack kind of creeped toward us on the near side of the field, which is the opposite of what you want the stack to do. You want more room. Look at Brown's stack, how much more space they have over here to play with. Room to maneuver and cut in. Almost by the Bates.
Tricky little give and go there.
Yep, great.
A little bit of an airmail, but nice recovery by Brown.
They've got numbers.
Looked for the deep one.
They're asking whether or not she ran out of bounds after making that catch. There's a line on the near side of the field on a football field, but an ultimate field is about 10 yards narrower than a football field. So the far sideline does not have a line on it. You are making your own line visually between the end zone pylons.
Now the problem I have with this is that call came from the sideline. If you're on the sideline, you're not allowed to say anything.
Right, sidelines are not
allowed to call in or out.
The only time that a sideline can really be a part of the call is if both players agree to ask the sideline because sometimes the sideline does have a better perspective.
Nice little hesitation move there. Travel called, appropriately so. But what did it allow? It allowed the handler to get her feet reset and not throw off the wrong foot.
Well, the Bates player, you were saying the Brown player caught it, ran out of bounds, and then has to come in and re-acknowledge that they're back in the field of play. They can't just kind of shuffle their feet. So now we're all back in the field of play here, and we'll see if Brown continues. They've taken the straight cut a couple times. We'll see if they try it again.
Good cut. That was the defense too. Run to the sideline, make them throw some sort of curve around you, but just couldn't get to the spot in time.
Too much velocity. That was a good throw. So let's see. I think they are lining up. I think
that apparently is. Nope.
They're not. They're going to play another point. So if my rule memory is correct, and it's been a while and I'm old, but if the cap goes off during a point, I believe you set it now. So soft cap went off during that point, so you play that point out, and now you say, all right, what's the highest number? Which is right now it's 9-3 in favor of Brown. So now you say the game is now being played to 10.
Correct.
Whoever gets to 10 first.
Looking to watch more Ultimate? Check out Portland Rising, Maine's professional ultimate frisbee team. Founded in 2019, Portland Rising is on a mission to dream big and work in partnership with our community to rise together. Portland Rising is part of the Premier Ultimate League, a league committed to achieving equity in the sport of Ultimate by increasing accessibility to the sport for and visibility of women, transgender, intersex, non-binary, genderqueer, and gender fluid people through high-quality competition, leadership experiences, and community partnership. Visit www.portlandrising.me to learn more about the team and gear up for the 2025 season. If you are interested in a promotional night or any other partnership, please go to portlandrising.me.
Some high quality Ultimate, and the Portland Rising and the Premier Ultimate League, those are some of the top players in the world playing that league.
Yeah.
It is fun. Portland Rising does a great job with their fan experience as well, with cheers and activities and fundraisers and things. It's a good time, and definitely a family-friendly environment too.
So Bates picks up the pull on their own half of the field, right in the middle of the field. Again, struggling to get that stack moving and open.
Something else that they'll teach as the season goes along is their cutters are making what we call rounded cuts. They're kind of just running in a tight little circle as they change direction, but actually planting and changing direction and really making it more of an angle. You'll see the Brown players doing that, and it makes your defender move and lean and stuff, and it creates more momentum for you to make a really good cut, and it really can open up the space a lot better. Oh, a hand block. 26 C3PO just rejected it. No thank you. Get that throw out of here. Can Bates generate some offense?
Oh, and that's going to come back and almost caught. That's tough for a new player to understand crosswind.
Not really. It's the cross E, but it's definitely the wind picked up on that point too, so it magnified her throwing error there.
So Brown takes over near side. Oh, knuckleball.
Yep. Yeah. The wind is kind of swirly-ish. It's like depending on the flag you look at, depends on what direction it's going in. I'm gonna push downfield from Bates here. Get downfield and reset.
Right around midfield.
The way you look to reset to your handler if you can. Sunday playing really tight defense for Brown. Good cut by 99. Nice catch too.
They had a really good mark there. Really trying to limit what Bates can do. Fluid on the mark.
You see the timing. Bates' team just needs some more practice. The timing is just not quite there with the cuts. They're taking too long. Rushing things. Unfortunate error there, but again, that's a tough one. You got to fully turn around, and instead of kind of just bending your body and throwing a flick that way, turn fully around and give yourself a nice, easy, floaty backhand.
Near field. Oh, nice throw to space by Sunday for the point to Divya again.
Well done by Brown.
That was a really crisp play and a nice throw. Just, as we've said, throw it to space, let the disc glide, and let your player run onto it. And that is a final now. Game 10-3 in favor of Brown in this second round.
Is it? I don't know.
Maybe it isn't.
I don't think our coaches are aware of the cap rules. We might have to let them know.
Well, they have 4 minutes.
They have 4 minutes until hard cap goes on, which is next point wins. So maybe there was not the next point wins, sorry, next point is played and then the game is over.
Right.
Maybe there was an agreement made on the far sideline to play it to hard cap just for more experience and more reps, which is something that you definitely commonly see, especially here at this tournament where it's early in the season and just most teams are here for the experience and are not eyeing that nice cash prize. So,
Eight. Field 8. Or down that way.
So, Brown setting up something here, still coaching all the way through. And Bates ready to go. And let's see what they can do for this, maybe the last point of the game. We're not too sure right now. Yeah, Brown definitely the crisper team. You know, you can tell more experience.
25.
Lots of fight and lots of battle here by both teams. It's been a fun game so far, and both teams seem quite spirited. You know, at halftime they came over to our side of the field and asked us if we were having a good time, which was very nice of them. We're having a blast up here, Mike and I. We get to volunteer and talk about Ultimate all game. Nice pull.
I like it.
By Brown.
Rode the wind really nice with that. So Bates will take over near the middle of the field.
Better spacing this way with their stack.
Good job by the defense, trying to cut off that under. Good mark. Oh, we're taking too many chances on the mark. Oh, but the good run through. And someone's going to be wide open. Oh, don't run into coverage. Stay open.
Brown taking their time setting things up, making sure they're all in the right place first.
Clear out, clear out, clear out. For the strike cut.
Strike cut, nice
good
catch.
Defense there too.
Yeah, nice catch though too. That was kind of turning over. It was kind of turned into a blade there. That's a tough catch to make. There's a good swing pass. Look to space. It is okay, just like in soccer, very okay to lose yardage to gain field position on like widthwise on the field. So that was a great swing pass to space. There was no chance for the base defender to make a run through D like what just happened the other way around earlier.
And there wasn't, what I liked about that was the handler didn't dance around. They made the one fake cut to space. And then no confusion with a fellow handler there.
Brown generating the turnover here.
A little bit of a floaty, but nice recovery
Good to
by
stay with it.
Brown. Showing patience, showing that forehand. And then the easy under. Still, Bates playing really tight D. A little bit of a travel there, but not called, and that is point.
Point for Brown. Good. So it looks like two newer players with the back-to-back throws and catches there by Brown, both showing excellent patience, not panicky with their footwork and looking back and forth. Like they were really composed, and that's always good to see by the Brown team. It looks like we did play straight up to hard cap. They're lined up. The game's over. Looks like that's a final, 11-3, I believe, in favor of Brown. This was a good game. The score doesn't really do it justice of how much Bates battled and fought really hard and played really good defense. Brown had to work for pretty much all of their points today. It was, you know.
Bates did not lose this game on defense.
No. There was effort throughout. You know, and they have, you know, a lot of positives to take forward into their next game and through the rest of this tournament.
And with that, Tom and I will step away, and we'll be back at 1:40 for your next game.
My first 3 years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
Welcome to Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine for the 2024 version of the Lobster Pot, the largest college tournament in the country and probably the world. We have close to 90 teams from all over primarily the Northeast into New York and maybe even Pennsylvania, New Jersey as well,
yeah,
with
New
Rutgers.
Jersey.
And I am Mike Callahan, alongside our videographer Maxime Rumiel and Tom Myers, my broadcast partner on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon in October. Tom, how's it going?
It's going, yeah. It's super sunny and nice. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit, which the players will probably enjoy. And yeah, it's been a great day so far. This is round 3. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these two teams play. This is our first men's bracket game, a men's upper division, with University of Massachusetts.
Their B team, I
Their
was told.
B team, and Brown.
And we spent all that effort getting names and numbers for the UMass team, and they switched jerseys. Sweet.
So we're going to do the best we can. And Brown has gone with the common theme that we've seen today of like, they had a gathering before the tournament and did spray paint and like stencils and things. And so there's fun nicknames, there's smiley faces. There's really not a whole lot for us to keep track of. So if you are watching at home and you have friends and, you know, if you are a parent and your son's playing and you're watching on our live feed and you have an identifying marker for us, you want to throw it in there, we'll check it every once in a while and we'll do what we can. But yeah, for now, we're just going to kind of sit back and watch some Ultimate. This is going to be a fun game.
Ooh, a split stack from Brown. I like it. Something different.
And it was almost like, it wasn't quite a zone, but it was almost a zone for a throw or two from UMass. As UMass is in the dark jerseys, the red and blue and anything that's not white is University of Massachusetts, and the white jerseys are Brown University.
And UMass takes over far sideline. Looking for the reset. Oh, nice little cheeky throw there. Back towards the middle of the field. Deep fake. Oh, poach there. Oh, and we have a hammer that helixes and is caught by the UMass player. That was a great way of bodying out. You know, you're not allowed to, shove the person out of the way, either on offense or defense, but you can use your body to shield, just like going up for a rebound in basketball.
I believe from body language that the Brown player was seriously considering calling a foul on the UMass player. They decided not to, but the way he looked after that point was very much like, there was some contact here. So, but yeah, okay, so a hammer. They didn't wait around. The first hammer that we've seen in this game. First point, kind of against the wind. The wind is kind of blowing kind of a cross breeze, so it's coming from going like across the field. So from the near side to the far side is the way the wind is pushing the disc right now. So we'll see how that affects. Like it's a straight cross breeze, which throwers, I don't know. It's always my least favorite to deal with.
I'd rather throw into the wind than anything else.
Throwing into the wind was actually the one I had the least problem with, which is odd, but it was, as long as it's consistent, it's doable. A big pull here from UMass. Brown getting started with a side stack here on the near side of the field, creating lots of space to use.
But looks like UMass coming out in some sort of zony-ish look to take away the easy first throws and then getting back into person.
Yeah, so coming out in that kind of zony, junky look takes away throwing lines down the field for that side stack. The side stack's designed to really isolate the space, and that junkiness kind of gets in the way.
A little bit of a floaty, but great
Nice catch.
athletic play by 03. And Brown still to the disc, near field. Oh, and just a squeaky little throw into the front corner of the end zone.
66 to, I believe it's number 5. No, the receiver there for Brown's got a really tiny number on the back of their shirt. So, but really smooth offense. UMass has a question about something. I'm not sure what, but it doesn't look like it's affecting the point at all. He just has a point of clarification or a point of contention, maybe.
Are they questioning travel? Or
I don't know.
I'm not sure what's going on. It would be pure speculation on our part, so why don't we do that? I think that it is questioning a travel. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the question was, but either way, we have a score tied at 1. Both teams' offenses look crisp. Brown coming in, that was really good offense, swinging it back and forth. Had to use some verticality there to make some high throws. You know, again, the throws coming toward the near sideline, they're going to sail because you're going into the wind, so they'll take a few points to kind of calibrate that down, and then they should be good to go.
Get that rim down. Nice pull from Brown. UMass will take over around their own 5.
Vertical stack from UMass to start.
UMass is definitely a handler-heavy team in that first point. Looking to get the disc. Oh, and that's just an unfortunate slip because UMass player had position.
Yeah, so even though it's nice and sunny and 60 degrees right now, we had frost here overnight, and as the frost thaws, you get some slickness sometimes. Great. He's just can't teach tall, and that UMass number 22 is very tall.
Well, and that was the case that we were talking about. You get the rim up a little bit in that wind, and it's just going to hold up and float like that, and anyone who's really tall and athletic is going to have an advantage. Brown, I like the cut getting started before the disc was even tapped in. Oh, and a questionable off.
Nice catch. Good job using the body, keeping the tall guy under the disc so he couldn't make a play on it. Brown looking a little out of sorts right now. The cutters downfield are chaotic and a lot of the same cuts happening. Now they have room.
And that's a deep shot, floating and run under by Brown. Nice job of realizing the defender wasn't right on his hip and essentially milking that right into the end zone.
Good throw. Good throw, good cut. He was just in the end zone by about a foot, and that makes it 2-1 in favor of Brown.
And they're playing with an Ultrastar, which is from Discraft, home of the Ultrastar, the official disc of USA Ultimate. Your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. We make flying discs fun.
That they do.
As opposed to companies that don't make flying discs fun.
I mean, I thought that Innova's Pulsar was fun until it was very aerodynamically sound to the point that it was painful to try and catch. It's also a very brittle plastic too.
Yes.
Very firm, brittle plastic. The Discraft is a little soft. Yeah, the Pulsar actually hurt, which is why none of the leagues use it anymore.
Carter!
So both of these teams, Brown and UMass, I know this is UMass's second team, but very established programs, very talented teams, nationals aspirations for both. Again, maybe not this entire UMass team that we see here, but they're both really established programs. Their players go to these schools to play in these programs. They play at club level across throughout the Northeast and wherever they might live in the off season. And these are two really good.
Now what I like about that pull is it was angled, so it makes it difficult to catch if you want to catch it. Gives your defense a little time to run down the field and get in position before the offense can get established.
Brown looking like it's a zone. It took it a second to kind of look like it, but now it is. They got a deep safety back here, and they're putting it on him. They split him with 2 deep cuts, and he got caught in between.
Yep.
That is good job coming back with that defense by Brown.
Yeah, UMass definitely had the opportunity to score there. Just a little bit mistimed on the jump, and Brown.
Well, you don't need to make that play from UMass either. You don't need to throw that one. You can just wait for your team to catch up and get into your end zone set. They're just a little too anxious.
Lefty throws everyone off.
Oh. Yeah, they have 2 lefties on the field right
Far
now.
side of the field. A little bit of a foot shuffle there. Definitely a travel. Not called. Gets the around off.
Brown kind of spread. Looks like they're doing a handler grouping here because their cutters have just moved back into the back of the end zone and they're not moving. So they're looking at just these 3 players who are dynamic and moving to make a play. He jumps in the end zone.
That is a point.
3-1 in favor of Brown. The points are coming fast and furious in this one.
What's nice to see is this is the first game we have seen where both teams have sizable rosters. So long points, fatigue is always a factor, but if you can score quickly and get teams moving through, you ought to be able to stay fresh for the whole game.
So we're gonna take a second here in between points to check in with one of our sponsors. Portland Rising, Maine's professional ultimate frisbee team, is a proud supporter of this tournament. Whether it's Lobster Pot, Vacation Land, any of the tournaments that Maine Ultimate puts on, Portland Rising is there as a team committed to working with their community to rise together. They are psyched to see the community come together to host so many teams playing Ultimate in South Portland. If you're interested in playing for Portland Rising, attending a game, or getting involved with the team off the field, check them out at www.portlandrising.me.
Brown looking to play some defense. Maybe they can get a shutdown D and get another quick score on UMass. Brown in the white on the left of your screen, pulling to the right. And that's going to hang up. And just inbounds. Allows the defense to hustle under.
UMass's stack that they said is a really tight bunch of people as well.
Oh, that's tight defense. Then that's foulable. That's a foul offense.
Yeah, I mean, it's not purposeful contact, but.
And moving back to the middle of the field with the disc. Good little handler movement. Getting a little lazy on the defense, but there's a big shot to the middle of the field near the end. Oh,
a call.
Foul call.
The UMass player saying the Brown player pushed him. What it looked like from our vantage point 60 yards away is the bottom dropped out of that disc. It's just like the wind just at the very end. I thought it had more carry to it, and I think the UMass player did too. And then at the very end, it was like, nope, and it dropped right into the Brown player's hand.
Yep.
So they disagree on what happened. So they send it back to the thrower as a do-over.
And the count goes back to where it was when the disc left the thrower's hand.
Yep, they're going back to where they were when the throw happened.
Brown doing a really good job
Nice
of
catch.
taking that open side away. Oh, and there's a deep throw again into the end zone, high, and again 15 on the defense.
Good job by both players, though. They attacked it, the defense, they had a second effort on it. That was a better throw, had way more velocity and rotation on it, so the wind did not affect it that much.
Yeah, this Brown stack is way too tight. They're going to get a pick called on them if they don't.
They
move
widened it
little
a bit, but same cuts again.
And really, there's no reason for that. If you're the second person in the stack and you see the first person cutting, you shouldn't be cutting.
Oh, good defense here by UMass. It's a high stall count look.
And Brown deep, curling back to the middle of the field, and
way to go get it
by the Brown player, and then the easy little throw for the score. Brown now 4-1 over UMass.
76 with the reception. The power of the red hair propelling them down the field. 78 with the throw. 78 was one of the ones who's been trying to make cuts, but has been, it's impossible for us to tell. We're not privy to what the coaches are saying, but like, whenever there was a double cut, he was part of it. We're not sure if he's the one who's supposed to be cutting or the other player, but finally was able to get into the action with a nice sky there.
And good blade on that throw.
Yeah, like it was a good, even though like and maybe this is just my dating myself with age here. If you think of breaking the field up widthwise into thirds, of like a third of the way, a middle third and a far third. One rule of thumb when you're throwing downfield is to never throw a huck down the field, a long throw, in the same third that you throw it from. So that throw was that. Like, they were close to the sideline on this side, they threw it and dropped it on the same sideline. They say not to, it's because you don't have a lot of room to play with.
And the defender did get a hand on that.
The defender did get a hand on it, so that would be something that if I was going to coach them later, I would say, hey, that's a great look, but instead throw it to the middle third of the field to allow your offensive player to curl with it, and it also has the double effect of, as your offensive player curls back to the middle, the defender is now on their back.
And not only that, but with this wind coming from that direction, you throw that, it's gonna sail really nicely and keep sailing away from the defender.
Yep. Yeah. Yes. Using the base of the field to your advantage. But I mean, really, the result, it works for Brown. It is 4-1 in favor of Brown. UMass just clean things up. The offense looks good. When they get moving, they're making some mistakes. So just keep on executing. And maybe turn the amp. Yeah, I know the sideline you can hear below us is trying to amp them up, but I almost feel like on the field they might need to amp down a bit.
Yeah,
and just
I think you're right.
and just relax. They're athletic, they're fast, they're quick, they have throws. They need to just take a breath, and they should be able to walk this right down the field.
Yeah, they've got the skill to do that. You just have to, like you said, sometimes take a deep breath and say, all right, we're playing too fast. Take an extra beat on that throw and make the smart throw. And
Get a middle, fast.
it'll be towards the near sideline.
Nice, Braden. I'm fucking loving it.
Good job getting it to the center of the field.
Yeah, not waiting for the defense to get down before tapping it in. That's smart.
Attack!
And moving back, look like they've got that zone on again with a 2-4-1.
Yep. And you can see the Brown defenders pointing out, the defenders in the middle of the field communicating, pointing who's taking who, because they're constantly passing players off between the two of them in the middle. Right here in the center, 13 and 76 are pointing and taking people as they go, and the wings are working in on it too. Doing a really
Nice
good job
sideline work by and there's back to the far cone and just a little too far.
That's the wind was not taken into effect when the thrower let that go. That's a low, even if it is, that's a low percentage throw. I thought there was a cutter coming down the field from off the screen, off on the left. I didn't think 22 was the intended target because he's not in position to get to that throw. He was the intended target, but I was expecting someone else that they were looking at. But that is
and the way they were moving that disc, there's no reason to force something.
Definitely not. That's a very discouraging choice. If they kept moving, they would have forced Brown to either melt a person or stay in it, and if they stay in it, they get scored on.
Yeah, so zone defense is meant to take space away. And there are plenty of it also leaves plenty of space to throw to. You just have to be patient. And in this 2-4-1, where you have two around the disc, and now they're all kind of jogging to try and stay in position together, which is what is essential for a zone to work. But they're starting to get gassed on the cup.
Yeah, no, you can see the Brown players are slowing down. They're getting tired. This is why just what UMass here is doing, just throwing, just go back and forth, sideline to sideline, keep them running, keep them moving. That was almost a turnover because 10 did not really establish himself fully in bounds before he caught that disc. Looks like they're still staying in the zone. They're not melting yet.
And that is a huge travel. I don't know how you not call that. And that is
there. That's patient zone offense. Brown committed to stay in it. They didn't want to try and drop the zone and then find people to guard.
Right.
So they stayed in it and made UMass be patient. And this time they were. They learned their lesson from the previous trip down there.
Well, and it eliminates one possible source of confusion, which is we're going person. All right, who do I have? But yeah, those. So the points are the problem with that zone. The idea of a zone is to make the other team make a lot of throws, and the more throws you make, the higher the chance you're going to get a turnover. And those points are ideally supposed to force either in a direction, in some sort of direction, whether that's the middle or one of the sidelines. And the points weren't getting there to establish to get the force on. So the two people who are in the middle of that cup are now in no man's land, and the wings, the people on the sideline, are now hung out to dry. So it becomes very difficult when the cup starts getting fatigued to effectively shut down that offense or make them make a lot more throws. Amherst clawing back within 2 in the dark on the right of your screen in our lobster pot end zone with the pull. Brown in the middle of the field in a side stack.
It's like UMass doing a little bit of maybe zone, maybe kind of junky again.
Looks like a wall type of zone, which is you have 3 people across the front trying to make throwing lanes hard, and someone behind them constantly running to take away those spaces. It's difficult for that person in that middle.
And they've dropped it and are now on person defense. Really seamless transition by UMass. I didn't even really realize it until I looked up and they're just all
that's
matched
a good
up.
way to attack the disc by the Brown player. Don't let it come to you and get defended. Oh, a nice little inside throw into the middle of the end zone for the point for Brown. Number 13 with the throw. And is that Tad or Tap for the catch?
Tad, it's one of the Brown captains. Yeah, that was a nice job with keeping his toes in the end zone on that one. And again, too, you saw the Brown. They put their they took their 4 cutters, they spread them out in the back of the end zone, and just kind of stayed and waited until they were needed.
Yep.
And the 3 handlers just kind of traded the disc between the 3 of them until they found something that worked. So that makes it 5, right? Was that 5-2 in favor of Brown? Yeah. Well, let's see if Brown continues to practice that zone or not, given that UMass showed that they are able to work the disc and take their time on that last point. So
I would risk throwing it again just to see, because Brown has shown the deep shots to try and, even in the zone, with a little bit of impatience. Can they show patience 2 points in a row?
Yeah.
And if they can, then you switch it up.
Exactly. Yeah. Or
throw a different zone look at them. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah. I wouldn't do that too soon, but it's also
that's a down the road thing. And pull is up. Excellent pull. Arcing back towards the far side of the field, taken by Brown. And looks like a zone again, or a person actually.
No, I think it's a poachy person. We have one of their captains was kind of like trying to just be in a throwing lane for a little while. He still is. He's really playing like a deep safety kind of a look here. He poached off that offensive player right there.
And that was actually a good poach there, because it took away the immediate deep shot. Now hammer to the front of the end zone, and the tall, athletic 22 comes down to make it 5-3 in favor of Brown.
The Brown player just got caught maybe watching the disc a little too much and couldn't make up the ground at the end. It was a good effort though. Almost had it. Almost got back there to make a play, but now it's 5-3, and UMass showing some life on offense, which is awesome to see, because we know they're talented enough. It's really just execution. The end of their last point and this point too, really crisp, good choices. Yeah, this is gonna shaping up to be a good one. Now, do they have an answer to slow down Brown on offense?
Looking for a new place to call home in Southern Maine? Look no further than Port Property. With over 1,400 apartment rentals to choose from, you're sure to find your perfect fit for your lifestyle. Check out their newest project, the Armature in West Bayside. Visit www.portproperty.com for more details. UMass getting ready to pull right to left. Brown in the vacation land. Oh, a little bit of a low pull. Gets it to midfield. Brown coming out. Oh, nice inside throw.
Inside, Zach. Inside, Zach.
Yeah, looking for some handler movement here. But there's good movement up the field.
Yep.
Good holster there. Near sideline. Oh, excellent over the shoulder throw and an inside.
Was that a lefty backhand by that Brown thrower?
Yes.
That was a really quick lefty backhand right to the middle of the field. That was really good.
There was nothing telegraphed about that.
No.
So you couldn't defend that.
Did not know that was coming. That was impressive. 6-3 in favor of Brown. So my question was, can UMass slow down Brown's offense? The answer is no. Not this time.
Yeah, that was just, that was really good handler movement, but there were cuts coming in up the field. What was important in that point, though, is when the cutters up the field were cutting up, they didn't go into the handler space when they saw the handlers move. So they stayed away from that space to avoid clogging, avoid bringing an extra defender into that space.
Yeah, you can see why Brown is a really operating like a well-oiled machine, even in this mid-October tournament. Like, they look really sharp.
Yeah. UMass has answered after a couple points of getting down. UMass has answered the call, and they'll have to continue. They got to get this point. They can't start thinking ahead. And the pull is up. Floating back towards the middle of the field. Nah, gonna just be inside the sideline. Excellent pull there from Brown.
And it allows the defense to get set here too.
Nice strike cut there. Right on the sideline. Amherst on their own side of the field. A deep shot to the middle of the field, to the middle of the end zone, and just out of reach of number 10.
Good look by UMass there. That cut was there. That was exciting.
Now Brown,
that was also exciting.
A little bit of an unforced error. Amherst seeking to exploit far side of the field, moving the disc.
This UMass player 50 has it looks like a natural arm slot of a high release flick almost.
Yeah, and that's a really nice throw over the top of the defender for the point in the near side of the field.
Good job by UMass using the full width of the field. They started on the far side, come all the way back around to this front corner. If you can move the disc around like that, that throw is gonna be there. Nice work by UMass to make it 6-4.
Let's see if UMass here can dig deep and just get one stop. You get a stop here, and all of a sudden, the pressure turns back on Brown.
We'll take a second for another one of our sponsors, Impact Melanoma. Impact Melanoma has sponsored with Maine Cancer Foundation. Together we are partners in prevention to increase awareness of skin cancer, encourage prevention by regularly applying sunscreen, and seeking shade and promoting early detection. With Impact Melanoma, free sunscreen is available at many Maine public beaches and recreation areas, so you can enjoy the great outdoors and be sun safe. Visit us at impactmelanoma.org. And a day like today is the type of day where I would get a sunburn despite it being the middle of October and my Irish skin. The sun's strong enough because it's at least as strong as a nightlight, so I will get sunburned. I decided to combat that with a sun hoodie today.
I'm still not entirely sure you're not a vampire.
I may be a vampire. It's definitely possible.
Oh, travel. Brown with the disc. Using the wide open spaces.
Good decision not to throw that from Brown here. That upline throw is not going to work.
Float to space, but good work by Brown to communicate, and then that's a pick. And
no, he was too far away.
Yeah, well.
He was more than 10 feet away for that
He ran
one.
through the stack.
He did, yes.
Good patience. Brown using their fakes. Oh, and just all you got to do is get that mark a little out of position. Great,
do it again.
Great throw. That is beautiful work to the far sideline. Oh, and a great effort by the UMass player to try and get the disc.
Great bid. A call has been made of some kind.
I think we're calling an in or an out call.
I think they're calling him out.
And they're calling. Looks like they're calling him in.
Yes! Yes!
All right. 7-4. Yeah, the only way for UMass to get in this is to get a couple of breaks.
Yep.
Where they can, so, you know, a break being where Brown receives the disc on offense and turns it over so that UMass can score. But that requires Brown to turn the disc over, and they are not doing that. UMass's defense cannot generate a turnover.
It's been tough sledding for UMass to get a turnover on Brown. They've just been really good, and the misses primarily have been deep in the deep space. So if it's a miss there, you have the opportunity to get the disc back.
Yeah, 28 was just walking off the field here for UMass saying that it was his fault, but he got beat to the front corner, but he almost made a spectacular play, so you definitely can't question the effort. He might have been a half a step too slow in reaction time, but I don't know, he was right there.
And that's the thing, sometimes, you know, because you know the other team can make the around the stack throw, you have to respect that. So if the cutter makes that fake, you got to respect it, and all you need is to be a little unbalanced, and they take off in the other direction. They have a step, and that's all you need in this game.
That point scored by Brown was also on the break side, because remember, they had two inside cheeky break throws to get it to the midfield, then they went to that break side again. So
Brown going back to the zone. UMass showing patience. I like getting it through that middle of the cup.
Yeah, good usage of the left hand, the lefty backhand by that UMass player to move it quickly. A travel has been called.
Finally.
Saying that he changed direction. So that's what the Brown player is managing it here. He's saying that they changed direction, or that he moved too many feet. I'm not sure, but you have to stop as quickly as you can. You know, stop as fast as you can safely do so, and you cannot change direction as you are stopping.
And just like basketball, you need to establish a pivot foot. Oh, great spot on the near sideline.
So that is a throw that a zone defense is designed to allow, because you can't take away everything. So you take away that long, the gap for the long crossfield throw will be there if you can make it. Nice job by UMass. He's not in yet. Now he is. Well done.
That was a slippery little throw.
But, you know, like I was saying before, like that throw, the zone defense will allow it because it's long, it's a cross, it like cuts across the defense. You can't stop everything. That's the hardest throw. So you allow it to happen and say, if you can make this throw, fine. Like, well, you made the throw. Like, you know, that's where the zone defense, you know, is like, we did our job. We forced you, we took away every single easy throw, and you had to make that one. And you did. Well, hats off to you then. So good job by UMass. They keep answering. They keep answering Brown. They just, getting stops is hard.
Yep.
Because it's now 7-5. Yeah, so they're going to try. Let's see if they try anything. You know, it's also, you know, it's the beginning of the season. We're still practicing, getting used to each other. These two teams also, maybe not necessarily the B team from UMass, but they're going to see each other a lot throughout tournaments throughout the year. And you definitely don't, no team is expecting to show any of their like real like cards of strategy, you know, that they can play at this tournament. But like it is a place to work on things and to improve and really kind of figure out where your players fit and how they fit together.
Let's see if Brown does more of that handler weave, or if they're going to incorporate more of their upfield cutters on this point. Nice pull, far side of the field. Split stack. Oh, nice movement from the cutters. Oh, and we have another hammer to the end zone, but that's a blade that is going to be tough to catch, especially with a little bit of wind.
Ooh, another good bid. Well, that too, with the way the wind's blowing that crossbreed, the disc didn't want to turn over. Nice look here by UMass. Oh, is he okay?
I don't know. I didn't really think that was a foul.
Nope. Definitely not a foul.
And Brown takes over. Again, UMass got the stop they needed. They just couldn't capitalize. Oh, great cut out of the middle of the stack. Brown with the disc near sideline. Just keeping along the sideline. And inside, just on the goal line, trying to get that little dish back to the middle. You just, like you said, you got to take one thing away. You take the strike away, he stops, and you get the inside throw. What are you going to do?
And you can see how tight those throws were. That was, what, 3 bids in a row by the UMass defenders?
Yeah.
Like, they're right there. Like, these are not easy throws. The intensity is there. Like, they are just, an inch or less off on these defensive plays. Like, Brown's taking it, but UMass is not giving it to him.
Nope.
That's for sure. Is that halftime? I think it is. I think it's 8-5.
Yeah, that is now 8-5, and we are approaching half. So we will step away for a moment after a rapidly moving first half, and we'll be back for the second half.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
And welcome back for the second half of this men's upper bracket pool play game. Upper division side, we've got UMass in the dark jerseys receiving the pull here. Brown pulling in the white jerseys. The score is 8-5 in favor of Brown. A really fast-moving first half. Mike is back after halftime.
Yeah,
how's it going?
They just fast-moving half, lots of action, lots of excitement. Ooh, good read on the defense, we just couldn't get there in time. Near side of the field and into the end zone for a point. That was easy for him.
Smooth, UMass. That line that they just put out there, that was like a hot knife through butter, just right down the field. Nice work.
Yeah, it looked like there might have been some initial confusion or something with Brown because they did not get down there on that pull.
No. But, I mean, as we've seen from the first half, like, after the first point or two, like, offense has not been a problem for UMass. It's been slowing down this runaway train that is the Brown offense. That's been the issue.
Brown with white, getting ready to receive in the vacation land end zone.
So what do you guys have for score?
Oh, no, now that's right. Now that's right.
So let's see what Amherst can do. See if UMass can get a stop.
Here they go. Let's see what they got.
And the pull is up.
Oh, it's going out of bounds.
Carry out of bounds.
Out of bounds pulls, from playing experience and from coaching too, always, in my opinion, favor the offense because the offense can now run a play. The defense can set their defense up, but the offense can run a play, and usually the plays are exactly what they want. They get who they want moving, where they want moving.
That should have been a switch. Should have been a switch. Good job by Brown moving the disc back and forth between the handlers. And that is going to be a point for Brown. Yeah, they should have communicated before that point because you saw the Brown player going deep. They should have communicated, if your guy goes deep, I will take the deep, you take the under.
Yep.
And that would have solved that problem. Nice work by Brown exploiting the deep space.
Yep. And that is, off of a standing start, like off of a pull that goes out of bounds, the timing is perfect. As soon as the disc is put in play, the cut happens. Whereas if it's an inbounds pull, now you're trying to line it up with the throw, and you want the right thrower in the right spot, and it's hard. It seems like it's a trivial thing, but it's harder to line it up exactly the way you want when the pull lands in bounds. So it's 9-6 in favor of Brown. Let's see what kind of offense UMass can rock and roll with here. I mean, this has been it's not like it's bad on defense. Both teams are right there. They both are bringing intensity on defense. This is just two good offenses going, just trading haymakers.
And part of that is both teams having lots of numbers, right? You can run hard every single point, every single part of the point, because if there's a score, you're coming right off. That was interesting.
He threw it fading away.
Fading away, getting up. Very nice.
Getting up the wrong way,
that was great. Oh, the deep space is open, but they wisely
Brown's in a
moving
loose.
The disc.
The cup is loose, but they're back in their zone. They're switching around. They're trading people off. The deep's going to eat this for lunch. Yep.
So Brown will take over on the far sideline, moving back to the near sideline.
Ooh,
Getting a lot of activity from that front of the stack. I like that.
That was behind this Brown cutter here, 76. That was almost a turnover.
And that's good work by the defender, getting out ahead of that strike cut to try and cut that off. Now Brown moving the disc, middle of the field. Again, relying on handlers. They have the break and they have the throw.
Oh, he threw him out the back of the end zone.
And that is going to be out of the back.
I think he would have actually been in. I thought he was going further, but I think they had a shot at keeping themselves in bounds. But good defense by the UMass player there.
Yeah, that could have been a combination of good defense and, oh my, if I don't, am I out of bounds? Am I in bounds?
Well, because the offensive player has to stop at the end line and make
Correct.
a play. The defender can just run right through it and just knock it out of there. Brown staying in their zone with this wing on the near side being really helpful to the deep here. They're kind of trading it off as you would in a zone here, but they forgot about this guy. Yep, that's communication from the deep. Has to let that wing know that there's another guy back here.
Now, if UMass is just patient,
the only
they
time
can exploit that space.
Yeah, the only time they figured the zone out was when they took their time in this section of the field, because Brown's not going to drop the person. They're going to stay in this the whole way. They just have to take the easy ones.
Those points are getting tired, so they're and that's a killer.
Yeah, and you just have to keep taking your time, and you need to be more precise as you get closer to the end zone, because they're getting tired, but the space is getting smaller, so they have to defend less real estate. Brown's doing a good job of manipulating the Mohawks on offense too, as he goes for a deep look to 15. Is it going to stay in bounds?
It's going to stay, and
he juggled it. He got it.
Great concentration by Brown there to pull down the point, and now they're up 10-6.
Mm-hmm.
Holding serve.
Yeah, being aggressive, exploring deep space.
Yeah, it's a disappointing result from Amherst there when they had the disc and they're moving the disc up and down the field and just, one of those things where you think that the cutter is going to stop and they're going to continue cutting, and just a little miscommunication.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They're getting down to the end zone and they're turning it over. So, but. The effort is there. There's a lot of good things here. They got a lot of talent, and this is their B team.
Yeah.
That has put up 6 on Brown's not B team. So, there's that piece of it as well.
Yeah. There's like, okay, well, let's tighten up. Let's see if we can get. Again, they really gotta turn it on now. They gotta. UMass has to score every time they touch the disc. Brown pulling from the vacation land. End zone left to your screen. Floating down just in front of the end zone. Nice fake. And gets the defense out of position.
Oh, he's going for it.
Short arm that throw, and that's what caused it to drift. Oh.
That's a foul called.
That is a foul call.
All right.
I did not see the play.
There was absolutely an armbar in the back of the UMass player. However, they were very, very not close to where the disc came down. So if this was to make a football analogy, I would hope that the referees would throw the flag and then say it was uncatchable. So, which they have agreed to disagree and start sending it back to the thrower. Like what Mike said before, that the throw was short-armed. I was thinking actually more than the short arm was the weight was back. And so the throwing motion got kind of yanked it high. That's why it went so high and curled to the right. Keep your chin and your shoulders down more and kind of drive it straight, as opposed to pulling your shoulders up and out. Would have made that throw flatter and stronger and less curvy too. The UMass takes back over after the disputed call. There's the better throw.
It's still going to
He
drift
still
back.
can't read it, and he got it back. Big play by UMass.
Sliding grab. Nice job by UMass there. Just like in baseball, you know, you back up the play.
Absolutely.
And good things happen.
It's a great job by 5 to go get it. High effort play. Really wanted that after the other one. It is a break for UMass. Off of a call that maybe is not a great call. They were able to retain possession when the reality is both of them need to go get a new library card. But
So Brown
10-7
will be receiving. Try and get back within 2. Amherst is going to need to turn it around. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate Clean Energy Partner, and we're thrilled to have their support for the tournament. Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunate Miller. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. Let me repeat that, friendly and inclusive. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company, certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. Visit revisionenergy.com for more information.
Here goes UMass with a big pull.
Oh, and that's a great pull. That's going to be in the end zone, deep in the end zone. And now they're coming out with their own version of zone.
I think it's poach. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is a zone. Ooh, there's a call of some kind.
Was it? Are we getting a stall count?
A something was called. A something. I'm not sure what.
A something that was disputed.
What could it be?
Who can it be now, Tom?
Is that a reference to something I don't get?
It might be music before your time.
I thought so. Oh, Brown is going right through the zone now, though, and they're off to the races. Oh, nice reaction by
throw.
76. That was a throw behind him. And UMass has clearly worked on their transitions because they are right into person right away. That is really good.
They're running hard out there.
Yeah,
Good throw.
Oh, another
Risky
good
throw
catch.
there.
They're not making it easy on 76,
Nope.
are they? Nice job by Brown.
And that's going to be a point. Brown holds serve. They're now up 11-7.
Yeah, that one throw in the middle. Brown took advantage of one player
Yep.
on UMass being out of position in the middle of that zone, and then it was over. It
Yep.
was just they were down the field and it was too late.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, UMass's transition into person was excellent.
Really, really good. They've done it throughout this game.
It was as close to flawless as you can get. Brown looking to pull.
Yeah.
See if they can put additional pressure on. Maybe get another turnover and a quick score.
Another one of our sponsors of this tournament is Tyler Technologies, empowering the public sector to create smarter, safer, and stronger communities. Tyler Technologies has a massive tent over in our player lounge, Tourney Central area. A bunch of free frisbees and things. They've
Pretty much almost a job fair.
almost a job fair too. Yeah, they definitely use this, as an opportunity for their company to present themselves to the ultimate community. I guess an option for employment, after school, and is a good thing for a good opportunity for some of the college students to kind of do some networking and get establish some connections for post-college time. So Brown ready to pull, up in the score 11-7.
Oh, and we have a drone.
There is a drone here. It is not ours.
Yeah, we didn't get clearance, but somehow they did. That doesn't seem right.
I am willing to bet that they didn't actually get clearance. They just brought it here anyway, but we'll see. Oh, bummer.
That is an unfortunate mental error there. And Brown looking to capitalize.
Too many people in that space, though.
Yeah,
He's stuck.
they're near sideline, really forcing up the sideline. Don't stand there. You're not open when you're just standing there.
Yeah, the red hat from Brown is standing in that corner.
Oh, and that is
a drop.
That is an
Bummer.
opportunity for Amherst.
They need to work this down the field patiently.
Oh, that was a good cut. You got to get it on him quicker than that. That was excellent work by UMass there. A pick without a pick there, which was nice. Moving back and forth across the field.
Good. It's a combination of good defense by Brown here, downfield, and UMass's cutters are not really
good
working.
Coach, but now someone's going to be open. Can you spot the open player?
The patient work by UMass Amherst here.
Yeah, they're really being smart here. I like that. Oh, and they had that. They had that wide open. Deep space is open, but now looking near sideline. Oh, I don't know if that's a travel call.
Nope, it's not
there.
travel. That's in.
Yeah,
that
3
is,
steps. He didn't change direction. He didn't speed up. He didn't slow down.
That is an incorrect call. He did not change direction. The Brown player is reenacting something that did not actually happen.
I mean, it'd be different if he was a lefty, because lefties always look like they're traveling.
Yeah, that is a bad call, but we play on. Oh boy.
Oh, that was confusion there. It's unfortunate to be rewarded for that call. Good mark here. Yeah. Oh, but you got to take that. Oh, and I wouldn't be surprised if Mass calls a timeout here, kind of gather themselves.
Yeah, we haven't had any timeouts called yet, and it's probably because it's been a very fast-moving game.
Especially with bodies starting to fly around, fatigue starting to set in. Call the timeout, get a reset.
As you predicted, they call a timeout.
I am a genius, just not at Ultimate.
They're going to go back and they are discussing their travel call here, but they're going to continue to disagree.
But they hug it out.
And
so
they hug it out.
That's what matters.
So, yes.
Shield Health and Fitness is proud to provide Lobster Pot 2024 with their American-made athletic training products. Shield athletic tapes and wraps are used by athletes all over the world to train, protect, and perform. Find the Shield family of products on Amazon or online at shieldhealthandfitness.com and protect like the pros. Yeah, wise use of the timeout there.
Yeah, they've been very patient all the way down the field. They're a little over halfway here, down the field, getting close to the end zone, and this is where they've struggled when they get to these last 20 yards into your football term, your red zone. As you get closer here, that's where they've forced something. They've made a quick decision that's a little too fast. Like, they need to just keep this relaxed offensive mentality down the field. You can also get yourself into a play, get yourself into a set, get yourself organized to really put this in here. They're down by a lot. They're down by 4. Time's going to start to become a factor, but every point is important. So they really need this one.
Yeah, and if I'm Brown, I'm looking to capitalize. I'm looking to end this game as quickly as possible. You have a couple options. You could get the disc and just try and play keep away and work it between the handlers, or you can just run your offense and see, can we put this team away? Can we finish them on our terms instead of just kind of.
Now, it looks like Brown is just going to match up person here, but I would consider throwing a little wrinkle, make something look a little wonky, even if you bracket one side of the field or something, just to give them something else to look at and to see if you can generate a turn within the first 2 throws. And I think they are going to do that. See, they got players are sitting in the lane right there, so they are kind of doing something a little bit to try and make them think a little and take them out of their play they called off the sideline. And it looks like it's worked. They've had to swing it. So For Brown's perspective, that's a win because UMass got out of their play that they called off the line.
And if I'm the Brown player on 22, I'm giving him that all day. I'm like, I don't want you catching it over me in the end zone. I want you catching it under. Ooh.
That's just the Brown trying to jump in the lane there, incidental contact.
UMass, patient with the disc.
So many
looking
people
to
cutting at
move
the same
it.
time.
Yeah, they're all cutting to they all have the same idea. Oh, I'm open in that corner.
This is where you need to play more together and realize that don't play hero ball, work as a team.
That would have been a foul anyway.
Right now they're cutting as a bunch of individuals and not as a team. Nice catch.
Yeah. And now moving towards the far sideline, and
I don't know if he's in or not, but that was better. These two in the leopard print settled things down and worked together.
And they are wearing leopard print. That is probably the most important aspect of that comment.
A pick was called, but I don't know if it affected the play. I don't think it affected the play itself, but if a defender stopped to acknowledge the play, then it would affect it. So I think that's what happened. Is it didn't actually affect the cutter, but if you stop, the defender could say, "Well, I stopped because I heard a pick, so it did affect the play." Oh, 10 wasn't an option.
Oh,
nice catch.
Nice layout by UMass there. Kind of trying to surprise the defender, almost surprise the offensive person.
Well, I think the defender had his back to the play, didn't he? And you just kind of threw it and took advantage of it and just hope that they don't turn around. Throw it down at his ankles and let him go get it. That's something. The reset didn't work, so they were running out of time, and throwing a hammer into the wind was going to be a poor choice.
Yeah.
So that was a better one. Good job. That's a good morale boost there by Amherst. And gets them back within 3. Yeah, nice work. It's getting a little, you can tell, the competitiveness is coming out here. It's getting a little chippy. We're getting some calls now. We're getting a little more physicality, and except the calls are ticky-tack calls with the travels and the this and the that. Like,
hey, I'm fine calling travels if they're actually travels.
If they're actually, and there are plenty of them.
Yes.
They're just, but they're calling ones that aren't. So, but it's okay. It's part of Ultimate. It's the way it goes.
And that's why it's the greatest sport, because it's self-referee.
So, again, the question we've been asking all game: can UMass generate another turnover? It's been few and far between.
So we've got UMass in the dark, pulling left to right across your screen. And that's going to be another deep pull.
That's a good one.
But it's still going to be in the end zone.
Get down there, boys!
Nice look by Brown. Oh,
a blade.
Nice, interesting blade. I mean, I like it, but I'm not the one trying to catch it.
And they melted right into person. They came out in zone for a second, threw that blade, and they're done. Right back into person again by UMass.
Yeah, that guy's just really fast. Nice patience here by, a little bit impatient there.
The decision was right. 66 for Brown, threw it behind his cutter. That was all. It was just behind him. If it's in front of him, it's a catch. Nice way to follow it. UMass has nothing happening downfield with their cutters. There's one. That's better. Now they're moving.
Near side of the field, near sideline. Oh, yeah.
That Brown defender was in no man's land, thought about poaching, and then was kind of, a call, a travel from 7, 5, 10, 15, a travel call from almost 30 yards away.
Is it a travel or is it a
It's a travel
pick?
call. Or maybe it was a pick. Maybe you're right.
You're good. You're good.
Oh, it is a pick call. You're right. Yeah.
And then why is it staying? That's what I don't understand.
Well, acknowledging that they wouldn't have made the play, which is fair given where the throw was.
Yeah,
but
I guess. The best call of the game.
No.
And UMass getting ready to put the disc back into play near sideline.
There's a mind-numbingly number of illegal things that just happened on that point.
Oh, good throw.
Nice job.
Jamming it up the sideline. And,
Oh, took it away.
Nice read by the Brown player.
Good
Floated
defense.
that disc just a tad too much.
Oh, there's just
Now
not a
Brown
big
is-
enough window.
Oh, uncharacteristic mistake by Brown there.
Gave it right back.
And that was a great holster by UMass.
There you go.
Draw within 2,
Ooh.
11-9.
UMass sensing some momentum here. Good job, Brown. And no surprise, I think we're going to see an A-line from Brown walk out here in a minute. I think they're gonna put their top 7 on the field and say we've had enough of this. Let me see.
Brown getting ready to receive in the vacation land end zone.
We still have 10 minutes until.
Soft cap or
Yeah,
hard
'cause
cap?
It's 2:50. We started at 1:40, so it's been 70 minutes.
Yeah, so 10 minutes to soft.
Yep, 10 minutes to soft cap.
We now have an extra shade tent brought to you by Impact Melanoma on the far sideline.
From what we've seen so far today, this is almost what I was imagining Brown's top A. Almost. It's mostly a grouping of their top A players, of their top offensive players. I'm sorry. Both captains that are playing today are on the field. So they're trying to make sure to shorten this game up, a little bit.
Amherst with
Heads
the
up,
full-
heads up.
Oh, right over the camera, and that is going to be way upfield.
That was close. I almost had to make a play on that to save Max's camera.
That was an unfortunate not coming in.
That was almost an expensive bill to UMass for knocking Max's camera over. I'm just kidding. All right, Brown setting up here. They're going to their end zone offense from this far out with the handlers doing work.
Yep. Great defense on the UMass handler marks.
Yep. Just these three.
Oh, yeah. That's
just doing
not
work.
going to
Good
be open. You need
defense.
to activate a different third guy.
Oh, that's UMass defense. They knew it was coming and they locked
And
it
that
down.
deep is available, and it's curling back into the middle of the field.
They probably have another
At
timeout if
about
they
the
want to use
8.
it. I bet they do. Good patience. Yeah, the sideline's begging for them to use their other timeout, but they're going to stick in it, and they paid for it.
A little bit, just a little bit sloppy, and Brown makes them pay.
The cutter stopped moving. He stopped. Keep running through the disc.
Oh, if that cut comes from the front of the stack, that is wide open. Oh, that's a pick.
Yep. It's a pick, and it's going back. That was definitely a pick. They are all right. It just flew into the field from the warm-ups from the game on the other field. Now we're in it.
Brown near sideline. Move back to towards the far side of the field. Excellent pick by that.
50
Brown
thought
hand.
about laying out for that one. They switch. Good switch here by UMass. Oh, he was.
Oh, and just turfed it.
Well, the cutter was clearing, and the handler didn't really acknowledge what the cutter was going to do before he threw it. He kind of threw a back shoulder throw and
And
timeout.
UMass takes the timeout, tries to get a little bit of a breather.
Yep. Getting sloppy. Teams making unforced errors.
I did like that change that Brown made once they had that one handler who was very active, but he was just being blanketed by the defender. So they moved him out and brought a different third person in, and just a little miscommunication, and it's another turnover, and that's all it takes is just a little bit of being off.
Yep. Yeah, but UMass showing a lot of fight. I mean, they've got the last 2 in a row, and they have the disc. They're looking to make it 3 in a row. Like, I mean, this could get real spicy here if UMass can punch this one in as we're getting, as time starts to dwindle away. Like, this could get real entertaining.
Yeah, and this is good. Brown it hasn't been this close since real early in the game. Yeah. So, how are they going to react to this pressure being put on them by UMass?
Well, you've seen how they've reacted the last 2 points. They've turned it over.
Yeah.
It's like they're making mistakes that they didn't make all game, and the personnel groupings they've been putting on the field have not really changed that much. So
nope.
they're making uncharacteristic mistakes, and UMass has scored 2 in a row on them and looking to do a third.
Now the danger to UMass right now is that timeout, while it benefits them, also allows Brown to regroup and say, all right, let's just take a deep breath. We'll get this turn and we'll score. We won't get out of our offense. We'll stay in our offense. Yep. I like having someone on the.
And they get to match up the way they want to here also, and they got
look for the deep space help.
I don't think Brown's throwing his own, but it looks like they could if they want to, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're still person-y.
Yeah, they're just poaching lanes.
It's junky by both the captains are real junky in the middle. Yep, real junky in the middle, trying to create a turnover. They almost did right there, but now they got to catch back up again. But yeah, they're really sagging in that throwing lane, trying to impact the throws by UMass.
They're making a lot of smart switches, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're communicating really well. And now they're more honest. Oh, they were until now we have another one in the middle of the lane here.
Oh, that's a sneaky little throw off the sideline.
If UMass can get it off this line and get it around, they will score easily, but they haven't been able to yet. They haven't really tried either, but they're just content to go right up the line. There it goes, and he took it away.
That was the throw, but it was a little smart, saw the deep space wasn't going to be available, so came back and helped out his handler. And that is just more desire by UMass to get the disc there.
And I was just thinking that they did a great job of holstering and not making a silly throw, and then they threw that floaty backhand. Brown was great on that offense until that throw, and 28 just went and got it.
Oh, and good D to follow up by Brown.
It's a poor throw thrown behind the receiver, too.
Trying to get a little bit of a slight break on that.
You can see that both teams are getting tired.
Open. Brown player in the space.
Oh, it works.
That was an unnecessary but successful rip.
I wouldn't recommend trying that at home. Oh.
Blade up the sideline for the score.
Stall zero blade over the defender's head with wind. Like, no thank you, but it worked. That makes it 12-9, so Brown puts the kibosh on a run from UMass. But UMass still pumped, still battling. Down by 3, but now it being 70 minutes, almost started at 1:40 and it's almost 3 o'clock, so it's almost, that pretty much did it right there.
Yeah.
Because if UMass scores, they're down by 1, then you could say that they could tie it up and play another, but now they're down by 3, they're gonna run out of time.
Yep. It is if the coaches are aware of soft cap.
Well, but it's almost 3 o'clock. We're almost at hard cap now. Because we're almost at 80 minutes, so it'll be hard cap in like 3 minutes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, So we'll see, but that was UMass definitely clawed back in this and made it a game and made Brown sweat, that's for sure.
And the pull is up, be on the far sideline. Nice job by the UMass handler there. Not let the disc get away from them.
More traditional looking zone here from Brown, of like a more of a 3-person cup kind of look, kind of loose, but definitely 3-person-ish.
But you know,
the
the zone here probably made to make a lot of throws and bleed time off the clock.
Yep.
Oh, that was open. Go to the space. Go to the space.
And it also can take some of the momentum out too. Like if UMass, as they go and put it to big tall guy.
2 big tall guys.
Yeah.
That's a nice matchup.
But like
when
you
the
know,
guy has position, that's a tough.
But UMass playing hard, playing tough, really, you know, when you play zone, it makes you slow down. It kind of brings that energy down as you have to think.
Yep.
And you can't just like, you know, it's not just beat your person to the disc. It's working, throwing angles and things. Oh,
that was a good cut by Brown from the middle of the stack there. Back in that zone, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Playing zone the entire length of the field. Make them fight for every foot they get, and that's a travel.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's halfway back home.
Still near the far side of the sideline. Oh, cheeky little throw in there. Oh, and we have the hammer to
Nicely
the
done.
corner for the end zone, or middle of the end zone.
Yep. Putting them into double digits, 12-10 in favor of Brown. Based on the clock situation, this is probably the last point we're playing to. This is probably the last point. I'm guessing hard cap is either on now. I think the coaches are talking about it. So they might play one more or they might just line up. I'm not quite sure. But either way, this has been a very fun and entertaining game, full of intensity. On both ends, offense, defense. Like it's been fun. Both of these teams have a lot of talent.
Yeah, it just, you know, I've been impressed with both. Brown got out to that lead and kept the pressure on, and then UMass was able to claw back and, you know, get it within 2 a couple points ago and just couldn't quite finish the job.
Yep. But there's no questioning the desire and the fight, which is something that is very, very hard to teach and hard to put in place. It's kind of like, you know, it's there or it's not. You can create that atmosphere, but everyone on the team has to buy in for it to really take hold. And you could see that everybody on the team, something was said or something was done, you know, not that they just, all of them, all the UMass players just dialed it in and just wanted it.
And Brown will pick up at their 10. Middle of the field. Looks like some sort of zone from UMass here.
Ooh.
Good D by UMass there.
I don't know if the Brown player was just looking past him, I think. Really just kind of threw it right to him.
Because he threw it almost right to him.
Yeah, I think he was just looking past. Sometimes that happens as a thrower. You're just looking to level past the defense and you forget that they're there. Oh! Look at
Makes
that
up
play.
for it with a layout grab.
He caught it like he was on offense, but he was on defense.
And that's going to be
He
just
tried.
short of the end zone. Tap it in for the easy score for Brown to wrap the game up 13-10.
Yeah, we think. 13-10, yes. Is the game over? We think so.
It looks like they've acknowledged Cap. Yep.
Okay. Yep, they line up. Well, that was a really fun game. That was
entertaining.
That was great.
I hope that our last game, which is going to be a crossover game for the women's bracket, I believe, at 3:30 will be just as exciting.
Yeah.
Tom, as always, it's a pleasure.
Yeah.
And we will see you all back here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, this was great. See you soon.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnia sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
Approached edge of custom unlocking zone. Approached edge of custom unlocking zone. Approached edge of custom unlocking zone.
to keep possession alive.
Huge bid, gets the
It's a great
touch.
opportunity for the Germans, and they break in ease.
Throw it the full 80 yards to the field. Are you kidding me? And an incredible pitch. You are kidding me.
Oh my God!
One of the plays of the year.
Welcome to Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine on this beautiful fall day for Lobster Pot 2024. We have a women matching game crossover game between Brown B and Maine's own Colby College on the Livestream Field 24. Brown B in the purple and Colby in the tie-dye / white. I am Mike, here with Tom. Tom, good to be back after that brief break.
Absolutely. The last game of the day, but crossover games are always cool. You get teams that have similar records from different pools, kind of crossing over to kind of fine-tune the standings, and things, and see where things fall for bracket play tomorrow. I'm looking forward to a competitive game here. Let's see.
Ooh, nice pull right off the bat.
Colby's always a school that Colby's always a school that punches above their weight as far as ultimate goes. Like they're a tiny little like private school up here, and yet they always have teams that go to Div 3 and nationals, whether it's the women, the men, both. Like they have a really good ultimate frisbee culture at that school. So it's like, oh, it's tiny little Colby. Like, yeah, but they're good at this game.
Colby getting a little lost on defense there on that quick turnover. Brown B picking up the disc. Oh, blade right to the Colby player. Colby trying to reset, getting their stack, getting their offense. Straight up mark.
Good
from
defense.
The Brown. Ooh, and that was, ooh.
It worked.
A little bit excitable there. Could have set her feet and taken her time.
Yep. Yeah, it's an early tournament here in the middle of October, so lots of new players who have played very few games, very few tournaments, so kind of just getting everybody's feet wet and having a good time and learning some more
nice
stuff. Nice
cut
catch
by Zero. They just did a really nice job. Oh, and a deep shot right off of that. And that is, caught right on the line. Nope, in.
They're in. Point for Brown.
Therein lies the rub.
1-0. Yeah, that was a good cut, good throw. Kind of hung up there for a while, but the Brown player was able to kind of read it and put themselves in a good position and just, you know, reach up and grab it. Yeah, you know, Colby looks, you know, a little bit, on offense there, you're a little bit stagnant, but again, you know, it's early in the season, so some newer players, and you know, they're going to keep on learning and adjusting as the game goes on, but they have some throwers, they have some cutters, so we'll see what their offense looks like on this point.
And what they really need, though, is when they're waiting for their offense to get into that stack, they need someone to be active. Say, okay, well, the stack can take its time. We need one other person making some movement to try and get things going. So on this beautiful day, enjoying our unfortunately very lightly caffeinated beverages.
Well, I still have coffee left. I don't know about you.
No, I finished all mine. I won't make that mistake tomorrow because we've got vagabond coffee out here. So.
That's what was missing. I knew there was a food truck over there that's not over there right now.
And Brown pulls left to right across your screen. Colby, deftly avoids the turnover.
Oh,
there.
that was close. That was almost really exciting in a bad way.
I like this stack. It's a vertical stack, but it's on the side of the field to give maximum space for cutting. Good strike cut by the handler there.
Yep. And then there's another one from downfield. Nice. Another. There they go. They're working.
Oh, good job. Good under by Colby here. Still a little bit predictable coming from the back of the stack, but they're able to maneuver their way open. Oh, and a deep shot up the field. Colby,
bummer. Good run and a high stall count, so that was more of a get it out of here throw, but they had a player downfield and they almost came up with it.
Nice long completion by Brown here. Moving it up, moving up the far side, and that was the right throw to make, just a little miscommunication there.
Yeah, just thrown behind the cutter, and that one thrown in front of the cutter, so you take the two throws together.
The average is fantastic.
The average is fantastic.
Far side of the field, Brown takes over. Very nice throw up the field, but again, just not quite connecting. A little bit of slop early in this game.
It's okay. You can tell that these two teams are working on a lot of things as they learn and progress in this sport. The sport is not as easy as the high-level players make it seem to be. Good defense by Brown.
Nice run through by Ashley, number 33. I have to say that I love the tie-dye. Oh, I love the tie-dye of Colby. That's just absolutely fantastic.
That defense by Colby there, not looking at the disc, completely face guarding the offensive player, and just basically just put their hand where the Brown player was reaching. Pretty good awareness right there by the Colby player. Just the offense is a struggle right now.
Yeah, it looked like wanted to holster that and couldn't quite call it back in. Deeper throw up towards the sideline, but
I like the look though. The cut was there. Take the shot. Make them play defense on both sides of the field, the deep cuts and the unders. Good cut by Colby. Good look on the swing.
To the far side of the field and just out of reach of the Colby player.
But that's the right play, a dump and a swing.
Oh, and that's going to be just short of the end zone. Brown with the disc. Flip over the shoulder, and it is a point.
They're in. 2-0 in favor of Brown.
These women matching players seem to be a little bit gassed, and so their celebrations are subdued, so we don't know if they score or not.
You know, even though Colby turned it over on that point there, that's the right play there. You get, when the cutters are not open downfield, you look at your reset handler, they make a nice dump cut, throw it to them, and then that handler caught it, turned for the swing was there.
Yep.
Let the throw go. It was high, it sailed, but like that is the right execution, the right set of plays to, the right set of cuts to do. A lot of men's teams refuse to do that simple maneuver, and it's a very helpful thing to do. So that's a good building block to start of. Now you just practice executing it.
I tell the kids I coach all the time, I would rather see you make the right decision and throw it away than make a really bad decision, get lucky and complete it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like on the previous game, if any of our viewers had watched us in one of our previous games where we had a blade over the defender's shoulder for a score, it's like, it worked, but that is a bad decision. So Brown leading 2-0, pulling here from right to left. Colby receiving, they'll pick up the disc. We're almost exactly at the midfield mark. Looking to put a couple more throws together to end up in the end zone.
Like I said, I like this stack. They give themselves plenty of space to cut into. Oh, that is a nice handler cut right there. Get a little give and go action from Colby, moving this. Oh, laser shot up the field, just a little too far.
A little too much. A little too much sauce on that one. But, but again, with the right look, they got a couple good throws. They just need to string one or two more of them together, and they'll end up in the end zone.
Well, and there could be a side benefit, and you should take it straight up, not at an angle, but whatever. And if you can get the turn here, you have a short field. But Brown doing a nice job of using the entire width and now length of the field.
Nice backhand too. That traveled some distance.
Great read on defense, high pointing that disc. Oh, and just a little bit low for the Colby player. Brown takes over, and they score again.
Wow, that throw
Number
was
6 on the receiving end.
That throw was perfectly placed by the Brown player, right over two Colby players, and dropped it right into the receiver. Number 15 on Brown with the throw.
Grace to Laura.
That was awesome. 3-0 Brown. Those were some long downfield throws by Brown too. They weren't like.
They're not messing around.
They were not messing around. They were certainly not taking their time.
What are those?
They're gonna take this in 30-yard chunks. Like, yes, please.
Now Colby in the tie-dye, getting ready to receive. In the Lobster Pot end zone.
Yeah, Lobster Pot end zone. This tournament has almost 90 teams at it. It's
15 to 1,700 college students running around.
40 fields. I mean, we take over this entire complex. It's massive, and it wouldn't be possible without the Ultimate Frisbee community in the area and all the volunteers and Rich and Nicole and Tommy and our tournament directors Mo and Cyrus and Sean and Gunnar and Ski, and there's just a ton of people that make this happen, and it's really cool to see this community come together to make this event such a smashing success every year. Yeah, it's a really, really cool event.
Colby now with the disc. Count getting high, but that's a great cut. Oh, and another upfield shot from Colby. Good read on and now curling back into the end zone. Oh, just hung up a little bit in the air in that light breeze. And
it's a good offensive possession there by Colby. That's so close. Brown setting up the stack really deep, really far away. And I'm thinking it's on purpose, just to give themselves that space to make big yardage throws, but a drop, unfortunate error, and Colby gonna get to maybe set up an end zone play here. Or just take advantage of the wide open player who's over there.
Wide open in the corner.
That works too. That was an easier throw.
Yeah. And nicely done by Colby to bring it to 3-1. And Tyler Technologies is empowering the public sector to create smarter, safer, stronger communities. Tyler is here today with about 1,500 to 1,700 discs that they are giving away, as well as sort of a job workshop over by Turney Central. So if you are a college student at this tournament, you can get a little bit of maybe even set up a job interview. Just to build on what you were saying earlier, Tom, you know, the Portland area ultimate community is the best ultimate community that I've been a part of.
And you're old. You've been a
I'm
part of a
old.
lot of ultimate communities.
I am not quite necrotic, but I'm pretty close. And it's very friendly, very inclusive, and very, very willing to volunteer, which is what makes a almost 90-team tournament possible.
Yeah. There's a reason why tournaments of these size are not all that common. It's because it takes the right community and field access,
Yes,
space to be able to do something of this size. But this morning before games started, I was driving one of our carts that you might see in the background on the live stream, bringing players out to the field, and like every team that I came in contact with said like how much they love this tournament, how it's really fun, and it comes at a great time of the year, and they make it a priority to come back every year, which is, you know, that means we must be doing something right, because it's been 13 years, I think.
Yeah.
It's been a long time, you know, that this thing's been happening. So as we get back into the action, Brown setting up on offense.
Oh,
Ooh.
good read on the defense, and just to check, make sure everyone's okay.
Make sure everyone is okay. That is why we do say when we teach Ultimate is, as the offensive player, you run through the disc. Don't even think about stopping until after you catch it. So that, you know, an unfortunate drop there right through their hands, but Colby will take over.
And on that same play, you saw the players checking in, making sure they're okay. You know, that's part of the most important aspect of the game that we try and teach, which is spirit of the game. You know, competition is important, but spirit is just as important.
Yeah, and because this game is self-officiated, as Colby had an unfortunate, just a little too far ahead there, because this game is self-officiated, and you and I, Mike, have both played this game, and like you notice that like when you treat your opponents with respect, as Brown looking deep down the field here with another nice lefty backhand that will. Second effort
the
D. Good
second
job.
effort by Colby gets the D.
That like little things like what you saw on the field before between these two teams, like checking to make sure somebody is okay, talking about, you know, rules in a respectful manner. Like when you treat your opponent with respect, they in turn will almost always reciprocate that and treat you with kindness and respect as well. Instead of games that have an official, where both teams are trying to like see where that line is of how much cheating and illegal stuff can we get away with. The players draw the line themselves, and they generally treat each other with respect, which is a really, really cool thing to see.
Just off the hands of 14. Nat, they almost brought that in for the point.
It was a good spot to be in, and a really good throw too.
Yep.
And like it's just so close, almost had it.
Now, far side of the field, Colby moving the disc in large chunks again. Brown gets the defense on.
Good reset on that one.
Trying to keep it on that. Tried to take that cut away. She still got the cut.
But staying with that cutter too, working with them, faking with them as they go.
Oh, and two people making the same cut. Smart idea, just one person at a time.
Yeah, the stack has kind of devolved into an amoeba.
It's a little bit amoeba-like.
But that, you know, again, comes with practice. Tight window throw there. Good concentration by 13 on Colby to bring that one in.
Nice
now they've
under.
Got some space to work with here. Let's see what they can do here. They have a
Yeah, that was nice. Throw into space. Let the Colby player. Oh, but Brown defender, 15. Maya comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, Colby had two cutters, and unfortunately the thrower threw it in between their two teammates, which was delaying. The Brown player was happy to run down and swat it away. Good spacing here initially by Brown in their stack here. Lots of room.
We are seeing some cuts curl, and those are dangerous cuts to make. because when you curl away from the thrower, it makes it easy for the defender to undercut that.
Good mark here by the Brown. Sorry, the Brown defender straight up for the most part, making every throw a challenge. Good bid,
good effort
almost.
by Colby. And this is what you like to see, someone going deep right off the turnover. Oh, and a nice forehand, but it's drifting towards the sideline and out of bounds.
Yeah, to get that distance, you do want, for it to float, you kind of want to dip the outside edge as you throw it to kind of, because your wrist, as you snap your wrist coming through, it's going to kind of bring the disc back up to flat as you let it go. But if you dip that outside edge too far, it never flattens out and it just kind of sails to the right. Oh, good defense.
She gets the defense back.
Get her right back.
Oh, and it's curling back to the middle of the end zone and caught by, well, 99 Ayla scored, but she threw it anyway.
And is that number 8? Is that Ray with the throw?
And that was
nice throw that they made.
That was one of the welcome changes in Ultimate. Is in many years or decades past, if you caught it in the end zone and you didn't acknowledge and then you threw it away, it was a turnover, which always seemed ridiculous to me. Because you're in, first point of contact is always in.
They made the addendum to that rule right when I first started playing, which was in like 2005, 2006, because I remember it changing.
So I'm Stone Age. Was that Brass Age or Iron Age?
Man, maybe Iron, maybe. Yeah. Like we weren't quite playing with like stone discs, but it wasn't much better.
Those stone discs are hard to catch, man.
Hard to throw too. And so like, yeah, they changed that rule, and I was very happy about it because it just seems so silly to me that like, if play is supposed to stop when I'm in the end zone, why am I penalized for why, and especially this field has lines on most sides, except for the far sideline, because we're not as wide as a football field. This is lined for American football, but we have lines on the end zone, so like it's clear whether you're in or out. But most frisbee fields are not, and so it's kind of a guess. Sometimes am I in, am I not? And then you throw it to make sure, and it's a turnover, and like it just was just. I'm glad they cleaned that part up because that was just silly.
And that's another great thing about this sport is it really doesn't take much to get an ultimate game together. To be an ultimate player, it's nice to have cleats, but if you're just going out and playing pickup, you don't need cleats. Your cones are probably shoes or hats or something.
Or
it's a very
the two trees or whatever.
Friendly sport.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Unless you're like me and need to buy every Sun hoodie ever made.
Well, that's that, and like what you end up paying for an ultimate. The biggest expense is travel to tournaments. Like these teams are from all around the Northeast and the metro area. Like it's expensive to travel, but at least you're not paying for like ice time or crazy amounts of equipment for like your lacrosse or your football. Like it is a simple sport to pick up and play. As Brown takes over on offense here with a lot of space downfield. Oh, overthrow.
I do see a lot of really good decisions from Brown. Just sometimes there's a misconnection, but the decisions have been solid.
Mm-hmm. And like you said here too, Colby's doing a good job of setting their stack in the right position width-wise on the field. They're still too tight and congested with their spacing.
Correct.
But they do a really good job of setting up the stack even with where the disc is width-wise on the field and making sure the open side has lots of room to work. As another unforced error by Colby. Brown taking over only about 15 yards out.
Ooh.
Nice adjustment by 11.
That was a great grab.
Yeah, that throw was way inside.
This is taking a little too long to develop. You want to have, when they catch the disc, you want to have a cut ready to go off of that.
Looks like a foul has been called off the disc down here with Brown 33 and the Colby player discussing. It's either foul or pick, I'm not sure which, but.
And that's another thing, some of these players, this might be their first tournament. They might not have played in high school, and they may not realize, oh, that's a foul, which is why when a self-officiated game like this, you get to explain, okay, this is a foul and this is why it's a foul. And if you do know the rules and you're like, well, I don't think that's what I did. You could test it. Everything is settled pretty peacefully and easily.
And that's something that's like a foreign concept to players coming from other sports, whether it's soccer or it's basketball or it's lacrosse or something, where there are these officials calling things, and then suddenly they don't call things that happen because they're not used to having to do that. You know, it's an added layer of responsibility, but it's also an added layer of empowerment to like learn the rules, know what they are, and to enforce them. Like but it takes a lot of getting used to. As I remember being a newer player, good focus by Colby here to catch that disc tightly contested. It takes getting used to. Colby turns it over on the goal line, Brown picks up and looking to punch in another score, but it's chaos downfield.
Oh, good fake by the Brown player, break side throw, looking
Nice
for it
throw.
and scored. Number 0 to number 11. They just did a nice job working together.
Yep, Aaron and Lorraine. Yeah, good. You know, that cutter knows that the thrower wants, that has that throw and is looking for it. Great cut, good throw to space. Take advantage of the miscues by Colby. Something that you're seeing too is that when things are breaking down for Colby, they're trying to hit these resets and these handler cuts, but they're really, really close together.
Yes.
And it's really hard to catch, whether it's a disc or a football or anything, when you're throwing a 3-yard pass. Like, you have to throw it almost exactly where their hands already are, because there's not going to be enough time for them to move their hands to catch it. So it's counterintuitive to what you think, though. When somebody's stuck in trouble, you want to make the throw, the instinct is to make the throw as short as possible. And you want to like go and help and get involved. And what actually needs to happen is everyone needs to get away, and one person goes and helps and creates a space to throw to. Not getting as close as possible, but creating an easy, identifiable space to throw it to. That takes practice.
And that's when that's when, like, when we talk about the reset, that easy reset, you don't want to start the reset too close, because the reset has to make a cut, has to make a move. And if they're moving towards you and you're starting 6 to 10 feet away, all of a sudden you are way too close. So you got to really get that reset nice and wide, and so that when you're making the cut, you have space to run on to the disc.
Yeah, you don't want to start it too close or end it too close either. As Colby will take over right around midfield.
And in the middle of the field,
landed
because it
out.
did go out of bounds.
Landed out of bounds, so they can take it in the middle. This stack is deep downfield, but again, good cuts from it. They got another
that was a
cut
good
already
cut.
set.
Yeah, both these teams utilizing the vertical stack, meaning you got a couple, and good spot at the back of the end zone. Might have been going to the player who had made the cut and then turned just as the disc was flying.
Maybe, you know, like, I like to think that thrower saw that cut coming. I think they might not have realized how much traffic there was between where they threw it and where it was going, but they had options back there. I'm glad that they took one, because there was a lot of space back there to utilize. Good offense by Colby. Yeah, so one downfield cut, that big long strike cut from the initial thrower. Yeah, that's good, like, offense up the field that way. Good timing. Nice work by Colby. And then that makes it 5-2 in favor of Brown.
Chalkless Grip Enhancer's patented technology is engineered to provide long-lasting, radically enhanced grip for athletes in nearly every sport. Chalkless goes on clean and dry, turning your hands into a powerful grip zone that you will have to feel to believe. Used by professionals in the PGA, USTA, NBA, NFL, PPA, CrossFit, and many other sports where grip is critical. Chalkless helps you find your edge with a game-changing grip.
Chalkless should have been here last year.
Yeah, no kidding.
We needed it last year when it was raining and 40 degrees outside. Today I don't see a lot of grip, issues, although you do see this one Brown player with gloves. Some players in the last 5 to 10 years have really taken to wearing gloves all the time. They feel for them and their throwing motion that it helps give them better, consistent grip as they, play, and, sweaty hands and everything. Like, you know, there's definitely something for it. But, ooh, a throw from the thrower to a cutter that was not looking and clearing back to the middle.
Yeah, that was, you could tell that was a newer player because they weren't pivoting on their pivot foot, and they were very anxious to try and get rid of the disc. The rest of the Brown players need to make sharper cuts and give the thrower a little bit of space to throw to, or the Colby players.
Yeah,
rather.
good defense by 15 on Brown, running through that play there and getting it up, getting the disc away to a handler. There,
Oh, that 7 is.
there is a call. It looks like something happened in the stack that prevented people from moving, so probably a pick. They're trying to figure out what exactly happened, but that's why we stopped play here. This was put back in play maybe a little too soon, but good defense by Colby.
So vertical stack, you usually have a couple of handlers back by the disc, and everyone is in a line up the field trying to create as much space to cut into. The danger of the vertical stack is when it's too close together. The players in the stack are too close to each other. You create these natural picks, which are not legal in the sport of ultimate.
We are a little confused on this far sideline of where the sideline actually is. I think they've been playing it to the flags, not to the pylons at times, which is confusing when you have flags. The flags delineate where the players are supposed to stand, and they're not supposed to be in front of the flags. That gives the players on the field lots of room to maneuver and to lay out and to cut and things and make sure that you won't get hit by an errant disc.
Correct.
But when you don't have a line to mirror that, it can be hard to remember and figure out as you're trying to figure out where you are on the field.
Couple of really good holsters by this Colby thrower right here.
And
but
see
that
now
one,
that
too
cut by
tight.
16 is the right cut for Colby, but it's way too close. The window to throw that in is over in half a second and is very, very small.
Yep.
However, the stack was close as well. So there was a lot that was they're playing in a very small box a lot on Colby right now.
Brown with the deep attempt. Good read by the defender, just couldn't, or the receiver just couldn't come up with the disc.
Yeah, it's the right look. Good look downfield. You know, I'm always a fan when you kind of like taking a deep shot now and then, especially when the defense is in that trailing position behind your cutter. Good initiation here by Colby to get things moving. Let's see where the second cut will come from. A reset to 16.
Oh, just out of reach.
Oh, is she okay? Okay, she is okay. All right, that was a good effort. Kind of got a little miscommunication with the thrower, but almost had it on the second chance.
We've seen both these teams essentially marking straight up, which is normally when you're marking, you're trying to force the opposition to throw in an area where all your defenders are. The straight up mark is generally used to take away deep shots, because most throws come low, from around hip level.
Yes, I would imagine that the reason we're seeing that a lot here is when you have newer players, putting the force on and forcing the thrower to throw to one side of the field only is really effective if everyone understands how it works.
Correct.
And if everyone's working together as a cohesive unit, and when you have newer players that haven't practiced it very much, it only takes one person who's on the wrong side of their player to make the whole thing crumble and fall apart like a real crumbly cookie. Nice throw here up, a good idea from Colby, just kind of short. But so I'm guessing that's why we're seeing some straight up marks. Is it's just simpler to say stand in front of the person and make every throw difficult?
Yeah. Make them have to throw around you no matter what. And that's a nice throw up the middle of the field by Brown.
They are in the end zone, making it 6, I think. 6-2.
Nice cut by Ashley there.
Yep. Again, they know, you can tell that they've practiced quite a bit together, even though we're still early in the season, and we're in the off season really. The fall, ultimate in the college world is a spring sport. That's when all of their nationals and all their regionals and nationals happen in the late spring. So it really is kind of more or less the off season as they kind of get used to things, but they've practiced together, they know who the throwers are, and they're timing those cuts up really nicely. This Brown, even being a B team, they've got some continuity and some familiarity with each other.
Looks
a
like
good unit.
Colby's taking a timeout here. Probably a good idea. Get everyone together, everyone's head straight. Yeah, and you can see that Colby, just looking at the players, you can see that Colby is a little bit more inexperienced than the Brown team.
Yeah.
A lot newer players by the way they hold the disc, by the way they don't really use their pivot foot or use their fakes. And so their hope is that over the course of this fall and into the winter to develop more confidence in their throws, get a few more throwers out there to make, because they're making some really good cuts. They've got some speed, they've got some athleticism. They just need a little bit more time together, more practice, more throwing.
Yeah.
Always throw.
But they are, like we said earlier, from both teams, making good decisions. There have been very few like head-scratching choices in this game, and that's good coaching, good systems in place. Like they're not taking a lot of unnecessary chances. Even some of the deeper throws downfield that haven't worked are still good ideas and good looks that really help make the rest of it, easier to play offense in.
Looking to watch more Ultimate? Check out Portland Rising, Maine's professional Ultimate Frisbee team. Founded in 2019, Portland Rising is on a mission to dream big and work in partnership with our community to rise together. Portland Rising is part of the Premier Ultimate League, a league committed to achieving equity in the sport of Ultimate by increasing accessibility to the sport for and visibility of women, transgender, intersex, non-binary, genderqueer, and gender fluid people through high-quality competition, leadership experiences, and community partnerships. If you are interested in partnering with Portland Rising, going to one of their games, or having some sort of promotional event at a Portland Rising game, go to www.portlandrising.me.
And we'll take another second to thank another sponsor of our Frisbee tournament here. You see their sun tents on the other side of the field over there, Impact Melanoma. When you check the weather on your phone, do you check the UV index? I know I don't. But if the UV index is 4 or higher, you should be wearing sunscreen of SPF 30 or higher. Maybe spend more time in the shade, wear a hat and sunglasses to protect your skin from the sun's harmful UV rays. Impact Melanoma is committed to increasing awareness, providing prevention education, promoting early detection, and saving lives. Protect your skin and learn more at impactmelanoma.org. Be sun safe 365. The 365 part is really key because we think that when we get to the fall and the winter that the sun's not that strong, it's not that hot outside, but and again, maybe it's because I'm Irish and I've gotten sunburned while skiing.
Yeah.
Because not only do you have the sun, but you have it reflecting off the snow into your face. So I have to put sunscreen on when I go skiing in the winter, which is something that a lot of people don't think to do.
I've applied sunblock a couple times already today.
I failed, and I'm going to pay for it later on because my cheeks are probably pretty red. So, thank goodness I'm not on camera.
The dangers of being pasty white.
So the moral of the story is be like Mike and not like Tom.
Wow, I mean, that kind of goes without saying.
I mean, then yes, most likely. Hey, wait a second. So coming out of the timeout here, Colby looking to string some more passes together to get back in the score column. They will continue to work on their spacing and things over the course of the year, but they have players. They are trying really hard. A lot of the timing on the cuts is pretty good. So there's a lot of good things to take away from this game and to take away from their day today.
One of the things we've mentioned a couple times is where their stack sets up on the field and how it creates maximum space to cut into. And that may sound trivial, But so many times, so many teams, I don't know how many times I have to tell my high school team, like in practices, in games, don't line up directly on the disc. If the disc is on the sideline, don't line your stack up on the sideline. You have no place to cut if the force is on that sideline. Stack away from the disc. Give yourself plenty of space to move. A natural instinct is, oh, I need to set up a stack. We always start in the middle of the field. Well, when the disc isn't in the middle of the field, where do you set up? So it's that adjustment that you have to make as a player. And for new players, it can be tricky.
If I could pick like a style of field, like the lines on a field, as Colby looks downfield with a nice throw. If I could pick the lines on a field to have it to have a field lined up for maximum like teachability. Nice work by Colby. Up the field for the score. Nice work. I would pick an American football field. That's obviously not full length width. I mean, sorry, full width, but like, you know, cut down for our, so you have sidelines on both sides. But I would do a college football field because the hash marks are wider in a college football field than they are in the NFL. And that width is how much I would coach to move a stack one side or the other, because you don't want to move it all the way, because then you're only playing, then defense gets easier because your players are all stacked up on the sideline is the friend of the defense.
Always.
So, but that would give a good visual of like how wide the stack could swing from one side to the other based on where the disc is being put in play. But yeah, I mean, that was a good offense by Colby. You know, a nice
timely timeout.
Timely timeout, and really, you know, saying, hey, we're going to explore the deep space. They went right out of that timeout and they made a cut down field, and clearly they have some throwers that can take advantage.
And Brown, ready to receive the disc, will get it right around midfield, near the middle of the field. Setting up in their own offense. Oh, surprised on the holster there. Must have saw the underneath person kind of drifting into space.
I'm impressed that number 6 from Brown was able to hold on to that fake. I thought they had let it go. It was, I feel like it was mostly gone, and they held on to it.
That is a deep throw into the end zone for a point. Well done by Maya to Aaron.
Yeah, there were 2 cutters in the area for Brown. They both saw that space and wanted to take advantage of it, so good throw. Brown is up 7-3. Let's see if Colby tries to do the same thing on offense here, kind of, you know, going down the field and, you know, getting yards in bigger chunks. I mean, that's something to be, there's something to be said for, you know, if we're having a hard time stringing 5-6 passes together, well, let's just score in 3 instead.
And part of it is knowing your teammates, knowing their speed, and you know, if you're a handler, you need to be the one pointing out if there's a mismatch. You need to, on the line, say, all right, our fastest person has a mismatch on everyone, or, you know, when you get on the field, call out who you want to cut, who you want the first cut to be, because you see they have a speed or a size mismatch. So Brown in the purple, getting ready to throw right to left across your screen, pulling to the tie-dye / white of Colby. And the disc is up. Oh, get a little bit over it, so it's a short pull. Colby will take over past midfield, around the middle of the field. Immediately looking for the deep strike, drifting towards the sideline. Players trying to adjust, but the defender grabs the disc. Now Brown, middle of the field, their own half of the field. Count's getting high, needs help. Uses the wide side. Now a deep throw up the field. Good read by the Colby defender there to reach over and knock the disc to the ground. Colby looking to swing. Good way to run through the disc. Don't let the defender get by you. Good strike cut there, but almost out of reach. Colby drags it in and then throws it up the field, right on the front corner of the end zone, looking for help, and basically a push pass into the corner of the end zone for a point. Colby clawing back, making it 4-7 in favor of Brown B.
Well done by Colby.
Colby able to swing together several passes, several cuts. They're not getting the double cuts or the clogging they were a little bit earlier, so whether it's something they worked on or something the coach said or some string they're putting together, they're starting to move the disc better now. See what Brown can do to answer. Up 7-4 over their Colby counterparts. Port Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates of the Linden located along Back Cove. For more information, visit portproperty.com. Colby getting ready to pull right to left across your screen. We have a hand, and we have ultimate. A little bit of a roller. Brown hopes to take advantage of good field position. Colby has their defense on. Oh, good cut from the back of the stack there. Plant and go. Cross field. Oh, nice break throw, and that is a point. 11-99, Lorraine to Ayla. Nice work. You get that one break force throw off and everything opens up.
Absolutely. So I'm monitoring our chat online too. I have a couple of thoughts that I am applying to for anyone watching at home.
So that is half. Brown takes it 8-4. Colby looking to string something together second half, and we will return in a few moments.
Absolutely, we'll see you soon.
On the grand stage to keep possession. Huge bid, gets the time.
Great opportunity for the Germans, and they break it.
Throw it the full 80 yards to the field? Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me.
Oh my God!
One of the plays of the year.
And we're back for the second half of our final game of the day. We've got a women matching players crossover game between Brown, their B team, Brown B in the purple off on your left side of your screen, and Colby in the tie-dye and the white on the right side. Colby is receiving. They're going to play offense to start the second half. The score is 8-4 in favor of Brown. My name is Tom, back here with Mike for the last half of the last game of the day. Mike, how you holding up? You still got a voice?
Yeah, I still got a voice. I might not have a
voice.
back or leg or feet anymore, but I got a voice.
Mike has a voice? Mike likes talking? Really? Odd. Okay.
I know.
So
Go figure.
the pull-in's out of bounds, so you saw the Colby player going over their hands, clapping above their head. That means it is out of bounds. I am taking it at, we call it the brick mark, which is 20 yards up in the middle of the field. Should be 20 yards up. It wasn't quite 20, but that's where they took it from. And Colby begins. Oh, behind and low, unfortunate. Good cut by the Colby player. The throw was just a little bit off, and Brown takes over.
Yeah, Brown, see if they can get into their offense and put more pressure on this Colby team to say, hey, look, you're gonna have to score every time you touch the disc for you to come back on us.
Right now, only one cut really happening down the field by Brown, and then kind of nothing else. So they're having to look back and reset.
Stagnant out there. Oh, good D by number 13 for Colby.
Yeah, good defense there. Not a bad decision by Brown. Just, again, a throw a little bit behind, and they're going to throw a deep one downfield as Colby.
Oh, and the player breaks free from the stack, wide open.
They definitely talked about that after that timeout, because they have really attacked the D space after that. Oh, good defense.
Slick little move there on D. Oh, and a deep throw. A little bit of a short arm, and wasn't able to complete to 15, cutting deep.
And again, like we had talked about earlier, the spacing of some of the Colby handler cuts is so tight that there wasn't enough space to be able to put any power on that dump throw. So it's really short window, really small place to throw it, and makes it easier to play defense on.
And up the field now, up the sideline.
Perfectly judged throw there by Colby. Two of them. This
nice
is a good one too. That's my fault.
That was a nice
I'm sorry,
throw
Colby.
up the far side of the field.
Oh, I did that. I jinxed them. I said it was a great throw, and they dropped it. Another turn. Colby looking to take advantage of the field position as they set a stack.
Looking deep again. Saw that player plant and go, and that's a nice point. Oh, we might have a pit call. There is actually, that player might be, nope. Did not catch it in, might have run in and not reestablished.
I don't know. Not sure what the call was on the field or what it could be. I mean, that's probably what it is. You're probably right. They're only standing about 2 yards in the end zone right now, and they caught it before where they're standing. Yeah, they're gonna just kind of disagree and send it back to where it's just kind of a do-over. It's the best way to resolve it here, as they all figure out where they're gonna be reset first before they tap it into play.
It's important to make sure everyone's reset before play resumed, and that's just a foot race to the corner that the Colby player won.
Still not an easy throw. That was well done. Colby, is that 2 points in a row after half?
Yeah, that's good work by the Colby women's matching team here to open it up.
So Colby's made an adjustment. What would Brown do to adjust back?
They have started getting a little bit stagnant on offense, relying too much on the deep looks. So the handlers are sitting there waiting for the deep throwers, and there's no movement in the underspace. Their adjustment has to be, okay, we need to get back to using the entire field, including the underspace. And on defense, they need to start playing last back. They need to start having someone poach the deep space, take that throwaway, and work their way kind of up the field on defense towards the handlers.
Well, so, you know, and I think that was exactly what I was thinking also, and just because the Colby, when they throw down the field, sometimes they're actually making a cut to the D space, but a lot of times they're just throwing it as far as they can to the D space, and the person who's in the back is just running to go get it because their defender is in between them and the thrower. They're you know, in front of them, and so taking that last back defender and putting them either even or behind would make that play a lot harder, because that's what's jump-starting Colby's offense. Is they're getting a 30-40 yard chunk, and then it's a track meet down the field.
And that's a great pull up the field by Colby. Brown takes over on their half of the field. Ooh, quick little dish. Little bit floaty.
Good defense.
Oh, unable to come down with it. Colby takes over. Again, looking to attack that deep space. Oh, the Brown defender needs to keep running in that situation. Need to understand that I know where the threat is. I need to get back there ahead of the offense.
That Brown stack is really deep.
Oh, and that is a throw up the sideline that's coming back.
All right, let's see if Colby can take advantage and get themselves within 2 here.
That was a good undercut. I'm not sure why that was looked off.
Oh, good play. That Brown player can cover a lot of territory.
No, we have 2 Brown players cutting deep. Good holster, find the open person, and then throw deep up the field to the end line and now into the end zone for a score. Number 6, Laura, on the reception there.
9-5 in favor of Brown. Yeah, Colby just got kind of a little stuck there on the back, you know, down on their end, trying to score there, and just got kind of caught. And that swing pass was a good swing cut, a good swing throw. Just sometimes the defender's just there, you know.
Yeah, and on that point, it was just a case of there's a little confusion on the turnover, on the quick streak up the field, and they just didn't match up to the person they were supposed to be guarding.
We'll do one more quick sponsor. Thank you while we're here waiting for this point to begin. Port Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates of the Linden and Back Cove. For more information, please visit their website at portproperty.com. Colby ready to receive?
Brown ready to pull.
Brown ready to pull. Let's see if they've made any adjustments. And maybe they are content with allowing, you know, sometimes when those deep shots are not really connected, sometimes you don't make the adjustment, and you say, hey, you're connecting on them now, but the law of averages will say that you'll start not connecting on them soon. So
yeah, and if you're connecting on less than 50% of them, then it's like, oh, keep throwing them. Unfortunate, a little bit behind the cutter there, maybe some miscommunication.
It was the right cut, just a low throw.
And that's a pick, but not called. Brown moving the disc up the near side of the field. Oh, good throw to the front of the end zone for the score.
So it's 10-5 Brown. That was a neat. I mean, so the thrower throws it to space. I'm not entirely sure if they wanted that on the front cone or the back cone, but they threw it before the cutter really made a cut. The cutter was out there, and it just kind of reacted to where the throw was going. So good job by Brown. Good offense. Yeah, some good offense just beats good defense most of the time, especially in Ultimate.
Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and we are thrilled to have their support for this tournament. With the mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging, head over to revisionenergy.com. Late in the day, sun becoming a factor for the team trying to pull into it.
Yep, the sun is going right down the field.
Now, a little bit of a roll. Colby's gonna take it past midfield. A little bit of a floater, but good read by the Brown
Nice
defender
catch.
there. Had position, just out tall.
Yeah, the Colby player just comes down with that. Well done.
Oh, another high throw. Brown comes down with the D this time.
That was a head-scratching decision, but again,
Now
there haven't
that
been many of those. That's a
up
good
the
one.
field. Oh, that was some defender just got the position.
Mm-hmm. Again, good choice by Brown. Just good defense by Colby. Now, I would like the Colby handler in the tie-dye to move themselves back to give themselves more room. They kind of cut off one half of the field. But nice look here. Oh, that's so tough when you're caught under the curve of the frisbee and you're looking straight up to try and figure out where it is. That's a bummer. That's a good cut by
nice
Brown.
throw up the field by Colby here. Oh, unable to come up with it. Too bad. That was a nice cut and a nice throw.
Good run by Colby.
Colby's really trying the chunk plays. Good holster. Oh, still open. Still hit that player. They're open. Oh, and that was a knuckle disc. Oh, yeah, miscommunication.
So
Colby runs through D. She's going deep, and that's.
Yep.
You gotta.
The Brown cutter stopped the cut.
Yep.
And the thrower threw it right at that key moment, which you feel so bad on both ends with that one. I'm just like, oh no, I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Brown throwing it up the sideline and drifting out of bounds. Colby picks up on the far side of the field, far sideline.
Both teams need to collectively take a breath and just focus. It's the end of the day. They've played a lot of ultimate, but
yeah,
the turns are coming frequently and quickly on this point. And
yeah, this looks like I'm tired. It's the end of the day. I'm not going to complete the cut. I'm not going to quite get the focus on this throw that's needed.
The defense by 11.
And that's not
Brown.
a bad punt in that situation. High stall count.
Right.
Oh,
but it got that way because of the defensive 11 by Brown, locking that reset down. Well done, well defended, because the Colby player made multiple cuts and was not open at all.
Colby looking for the under. Oh, good strike cut that time. Colby with the disc near sideline. Oh, low throw, but nice job digging it out of the knees. Colby near sideline, looking to get it off the sideline. Another strike cut, shut off by Brown.
Too close.
Deep throw to the deep space and just over the head of the Brown defender, and high stall count there. Trying to get rid of it and hope their offensive person can come up with the disc.
Yeah, the strike cut from Colby was so close to the thrower that there was no spot for the thrower to actually throw the disc. By the time you would throw it, they were positioned directly in front of them. They would have hit their own teammate in the back of the head.
You gotta give yourself space to throw for the thrower to throw to.
Some good swing to get it over here. Now looking back that way. Good patience here and a good reset. Nice work by Colby.
That was an excellent reset that time. Oh, and we have perhaps a timeout on the field.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think you get 1.5 and a floater, so I think that's perfectly legal.
Mm-hmm.
Smart use of the timeout here. A lot of running around ineffectively on both teams. getting a little fatigued, gather yourself, say, hey, we're down 5. We need this point. Let's secure this point.
And points like this could be, like, as a player, can be frustrating because it's a lot of turnovers on both sides. You're getting more and more like, we just want to, getting tired. I want to score this point. I don't want to play defense again. Like, it's like, it can get frustrating, and that really impacts your decision making. You are tired at the end of the day, and it gets harder to make the right choice and make the right play and to relax and to be patient. And calling that timeout can really help. Just like, relax. We're gonna just take a second, get some water, and we're gonna put ourselves into a position to succeed right here. We're kind of matching each other's energy on the field, but now we're gonna take what we do best and we're gonna do it right here from 20 yards out.
And even if it's just to give your legs that 1 minute of recovery.
Mm-hmm. And
it might give you that extra half step you need to get open.
And it gives them a chance to say, we're going to put a string together. Like, you're cutting first, you're cutting second, you're cutting third. Like, just to give some organization and some structure to what has been a point that has been very chaotic on both sides.
And if you're Brown, you're saying, okay, we've gathered ourselves together. We've been getting a lot of turnovers today. Let's really get aggressive on this. Maybe you set up some sort of clam or some sort of defense where you have the deep space covered and you've got some switching in the middle, something to throw Colby into some confusion.
If
Make
this
them
was
hold
in the springtime, I would say yes. I think it's too early in the season for these teams to try something like that here with the newer players and the fact that it's only the middle of October. But I was thinking of something like that too, of like, if this was later in the season, that you could at the very least, set up a bracket so that Colby can't just throw it to the back of the end zone,
right,
and get an easy score here. But it looks from the setup here, if this is what Colby really wants to do from this setup, this looks like an isolation for the front, either the handler or the front of the stack to do some work, because they are really far away.
Yeah. Yeah. If I'm guarding the first person in the stack, I am even a half step closer. Yeah, that's good position.
Yep. So it is to isolate the handler here. Yep. They're just going to get it.
Good
to
work
the handler,
by Brown there.
And then they clear out, and then they have one coming. I like the play.
Yeah, that's good.
Because that player, that Colby cutter, came from the middle of the stack. They picked the matchup they like the best. That's probably their fastest cutter. And just said, you're going to outrun your defender to that pylon, and we're going to throw it to you.
You're not going to move until we get that first throw off, and then everyone else run away, leave the space on that side of the field open.
And when you have that kind of speed, the reason to move everybody away is so that the players that are closer to the disc, the defenders that are in between that Colby player and this, there were 2 of them. The reason you move everybody away is so that neither one of those defenders can get a running start also. Like, even if they recognize it and they turn and try to chase you down, you're just relying on the fact that we think that player's faster than the rest of them. So you just need those defenders to move a couple steps, a step or 2 in the wrong direction, and now they can't impact that play. So that's why you move them over there. Now, if that throw doesn't work, then you have to go back to your handlers to do some more give and goes while the stack puts themselves in a better position to be
Hopefully
back in the play.
Reset.
Because when they all stay on the sideline, they can't really do anything. But I like that play out of the timeout. Good timeout call. Good play. 10-6 in favor of Brown.
And hey, Brown did a good job initially defending that strike cut and forcing an extra cut in there.
Yeah.
So Brown on the left of your screen, ready to receive.
It's actually a little chilly right now. Maybe it's just because I only have a sun hoodie on.
No, that's why I put an extra layer on.
Oh, a sun hoodie on top of your sun hoodie?
Yeah.
A double sun hoodie?
Basically. Brown, middle of the field. Oh, great throw.
That was a nice throw, yeah.
Waiting for the clear. Oh, two people in the same spot. To the middle of the field, in the back of the end zone, but just out of reach of the Brown cutter.
A little too much on that throw from zero there, but I like the idea though, being aggressive.
And the good thing about that is the cutter made the throw up the middle of the field, leaving the thrower the option to throw it anywhere on the field, instead of trying to force it to the sideline and then limiting that window to throw. Colby, again, the strike cut being way too close. Deep throw up the field. Oh, just unable to hang on to it on the far sideline.
They were right on the line too, so that might have affected the concentration.
Trying to make sure you get your feet in.
Get your feet in before you secured the catch. It's so hard.
Deep stack from Brown. Nice grab. Oh, good undercut.
Colby defender almost had it.
Nice job by 15. Oh, and
they are not in the end zone, I don't think. They're saying they are in. But there are lines on the field. How do we not know?
I don't know. I clearly had best perspective from up here in the scaffolding.
Obviously, we always have best perspective. We're the announcers. That makes it 11-6. Not only do we have best perspective on the field, we know all the rules.
Oh, absolutely.
And we're never wrong.
Well, that's true.
11-6 in favor of Brown. Mike has another sponsor read for us.
Discraft, home of UltraStar, the official disc of USA Ultimate, your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. Would be a good weekend for disc golf.
Absolutely.
I think we should go tomorrow.
I think so. I don't think it's necessary. We already lined up our second.
We already have 2 live stream fields without announcers. What's a third?
Oh, that's a third one. I think Max, the camera guy, can do everything.
Yeah.
I think he
running
can
commentary to himself by himself.
Absolutely.
And the camera. Oh yeah. Of course, there might be an expletive that accidentally gets let out on the air.
We would never have that happen, ever.
Brown, ready to pull. Oh, it's gonna roll.
It's gonna roll. It's gonna roll. It's rolling in the right direction for them.
Oh, that is the perfect roll.
Oh, it didn't turn around.
Excellent.
I thought it was gonna turn.
And now it's a deep shot. Oh, great adjustment by the Colby cutter on that tough to catch disc. Oh, and just out of reach of the continuation.
Oh, and that's something where experience comes into play too. It's like, you want to make that throw. They look open, but when they're running away from you like that, it is so hard to throw it in the right spot. You throw it to space, and they can't turn around. Like, it's.
Oh, that was a better throw by 15 that time. Nice and low, lots of velocity. Oh, and the hand block by the Colby defender.
Rejected. Well done by Colby.
Oh, I like that mark by 99 though. Nice low hands. And that is, gonna be a foul.
Oops. Oh,
that's
a foul?
Contact,
yeah. I was already looking downfield to see where it was going. I didn't see the foul happen. Yeah, that was, so like, going back to that Colby turnover down there, it's like you want to throw it to your teammate. They're wide open. You want to, get that score on the board, but you don't have a mark on you. There's no stall. You just wait. You just wait for an actual cut, because it's so hard for them to turn around and not fall over and make a play.
And trying to force that forehand in there is so hard. Colby, reversing field. Oh, where's the cut?
It's there.
Oh, there it is. Oh, into the end zone. Beautiful throw by 16.
Nice throw. That was measured up perfectly.
Little bit, not a lot, just a little bit of outside, inside out on that.
11-7. Colby continuing to battle here in the last game of the day. Should be just about running out of time cap here too.
Yeah, pretty
Just
sure
about.
this game isn't going to get to 15 unless there's a lot of scores in a row.
Yeah, because we're at 80 minutes, so it's very possible that this is the that we're playing a game to 12 here. So both teams have lots of positive things to build off of over the course of their fall and winter as they figure out different roles and different skills to improve on. But we're just happy that they're all here and enjoying this wonderful weather.
And one of the things I really liked about Colby's game today is they came out and they were playing a little bit sloppy. They were kind of all over the place. But once they started taking a few deep shots, the rest of their game kind of got into flow and they started to function. Even if, okay, that deep shot isn't there, but now I have the under. Now I have the confidence to make that throw. It's really improved their offensive sets.
Well, they because they were able to do that, they were they were playing in a 5-yard box on offense before they started to do that, and there's just too many people in the way at that point. So being able to do that makes everything open up more, and now you have 10-15 yards of space to throw a frisbee in instead of 5.
Oh.
It just took a bounce.
Mistimed because of the air bounce.
Yeah, it just took a bounce on him.
Oh, and that's a laser to the front of the end zone, and that is, oh.
Ooh, is everybody okay? Uh-oh. We have an awkward landing there by the Colby player. It looked like they're okay. They've bounced up, though. Gonna call a foul.
Probably.
No, they definitely did already. She's okay.
All right.
That had the potential to be really bad. The way they got rolled up on there. I'm glad everybody's okay, and they'll resolve the foul.
Oh, no foul.
They're taking it back. Yep. The argument being that it occurred after the play, so they did not have a play because number 0 already had caught the frisbee, and the contact occurred afterwards.
Oh, another nice throw. That get in. Oh, I think that was a toe tap for a score.
It was a toe tap for a score, and kudos to 0. They could have made a play on that and sent everybody flying around and created a lot of contact. The only way they would have been able to make a play there is to run through the Colby player, and you saw them pull up at the last second and avoid it, which is phenomenal.
Always the smart play.
It's the smart play. It's the spirited play. It's respecting the health of your opponent.
Yes.
As well as yourself, but that's players that do that always. I mean, in my book, they always they have a special place there because you're able to take that competitiveness and say, in this instance, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
And they're right. It's not worth it for someone to get hurt playing a game. That makes it 11. Is it
8?
8. It is 11. It is 11-8, and it looks like we're going to continue to play straight up to hard cap time here as well. Although if they did go game to 12, then that makes sense because yep. See, we know all the rules up here. Just kidding.
Well, I've never claimed to know all the rules. I just know the rules better than everyone else ever.
Let's see what Brown has in store on offense. This
Nice
Colby
pull.
Player, this Colby player has nice pulls.
Yeah.
Number 16, right, for Colby?
Oh, you got the open. Don't wait, don't wait, don't wait.
Brown waited to move the disc, and now things are tight. And a defense. Defensive play by Colby. Yeah, you move the disc right away off of a pull like that. You don't want to let the defense set. That's floating to the right out of bounds. Stays in bounds.
That was
Nice
good
catch.
position by Brown. Just couldn't quite close that gap and get to the sideline in time. And oh, just over the outstretched hand.
Wow.
And now it is 11-9.
Colby, is that 2 or 3 in a row?
Yeah, that's several in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, they're on a bit of a run here. Brown's turning it over for him. So. Good job by Colby. They're continuing to fight here. They've still got legs and energy, and again, they're taking those downfield throws. Brown has not made an adjustment on defense.
And that's something Brown's gonna need to do either this game or all day tomorrow. If I'm their coach, I'm saying, all right, this game we're taking the deep space away. We're going to, if you are the back of the stack, you are the defender.
Mm-hmm.
Colby from the Lobster Pot end zone, getting ready to pull. Yeah, really good competitive game here.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the second half.
Absolutely. Both teams, a lot of effort, a lot of good plays, back and forth. As it looks like
Brown just needs to buckle down and say, all right.
Colby looks like they're trying to match up person defense here. Looking into the sun, it can be hard to discern who's who and who they want marking who. As the sun gets lower, it's like really in their face now. Did you like this when you were playing, Mike? Would you prefer as the cutter to be looking into the sun or as a thrower to be looking into the sun?
Honestly, the thrower.
Me too.
Because if I'm trying to catch the disc, it's a lot harder. Oh, nice foot to space.
Oh, they got it.
Great grab.
Oh, that was amazing.
By Lorraine. Holy cow. Just didn't give up on it.
That was so cool. Would not give up. Full extension layout on the live stream field. Yes.
Like, there's no way.
To end the game. Oh, well done.
It's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to throw it out here and hope she catches it.
That is exactly as fast as I can run. That was awesome. Great game by both teams. What a way to end the day.
Yeah.
What a layout catch.
Great day. First day of Ultimate at the 2024 Lobster Pot. Thank you to all the volunteers and to Sam and Craig for feeding us, to Max for doing his wonderful videography. Tom, any final thoughts?
No, today was great. I had a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what we get to see tomorrow.
I know.
It's gonna be great. It might even be warmer tomorrow than today.
Yep.
This is great. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow.
One last thing, Tom, sunblock tomorrow.
Yes. Yes. Have a good night, everyone.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.